Eu sou do grupo Origens, vim aqui pra improvisar. Nós somos capoeira e vamos onde nos chamar, camará. Paranauê, Paranauê, Paranauê.
Paranauê, a palma. Tchá, tchá, tchá. Paranauê, Paranauê, Paraná. Paranauê, Paranauê, Paraná. Ui!
Agora é minha parte, né?
É, vamos ver.
Esse lado aqui, esse lado aqui. Ó, o coro é cajueiro.
Cajueiro.
Então assim, ó.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Cajueiro, 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 cajueiro.
Você só falou, né?
É. Agora todo mundo com a gente, hein?
Essa energia, vamos lá! Lalauê, 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 lalauê,
Lalauê, lalauê, lalauê, lalauê, lá. É trava-língua, hein? Lalauê, 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 lá. A palma, lalauê, lá, tchá, 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 lalauê, lá, lalauê, lá, lalauê, lá, lalauê, lá. E... Oi!
Sou capoeira, olha, eu sei que sou. Eu vim aqui, foi para jogar. Faço bonito, só porque tenho talento. E solto meus movimentos com uma voz no coração. Que amor é esse que trago no coração? Uma alegria, uma vontade de gingar. São Bento Grande e na cavalaria. Quando toca me arrepia, hoje é dia de jogar. E o cantador solta a voz pro povo ouvir. Virimba, viola, arma, roda e marca o som. A meia-lua é ligeira e corta o vento. Capoeira joga dentro, como o mestre me ensinou.
Bete vivo ovo, oh, bete vivo ovo, oh, deixa voar. Em cada ginga tem um estilo de jogo.
Bom dia, todas e todos. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to those who are attending, watching this meeting by streaming, via streaming. I would like to say that on behalf of the Rio de Janeiro State University, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Brazilian Academy of Science, ABC, and the Nobel Prize Outreach for the privilege of hosting the Nobel Prize Dialogue in Rio de Janeiro 2024 at our university. I'm particularly grateful to the president of ABC, Professor Helena Nader, for the honor of welcoming the Nobel Prize leaders Serge Arouch, May-Britt Moser, and David Macmillan. Your presence here will be very, very appreciated. As producers of knowledge and innovation, universities bear the responsibility for sharing and shaping a more equitable and sustainable world. Universities are not just academic institutions, but they also incentivize change, driving actions and strategies to combat social inequalities and to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are in agreement that this event marks a step forward in our collective journey to find answers to the profound question posed by you at the site related to this event. Science will inevitably help shape our future, but how does science benefit society, and how should society get the best from science? This event promises to a space for transformation and discussions and insights. Our country has high rates of social inequalities, but we are certainly doing our part in building paths to change this reality. At Rio de Janeiro State University, we have implemented various initiatives to increase access to education, particularly for underprivileged students. We are very happy to multiply our commitment to working for more students to have the chance to enter and remain at university and become scientists in defense of a better world. The university will always be open to everyone who works for science, education, health, culture, and the arts. Our unwavering commitment is to build a society of rights where every individual, regardless social class, gender, race, religion, or age, feels included and truly valued. I wish you an excellent meeting, and I would like to say very good to be here, and also welcome to everybody. I'm very proud to be at the university here and to receive all of you for Nobel Prize Dialogue. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night to the ones that are watching us. This Nobel Prize Dialogue is a result of a partnership between the Brazilian Academy of Science and the Nobel Prize Outreach. This is the first in-person meeting of this kind in Latin America and the Caribbean. In April 2021, we hold an online meeting to discuss the value of science with 2 Nobel laureates and students from all states from Brazil. And in October of the same year, another one with the motto, United by Science, with 5 laureates and 8 students from 24 Latin American countries and the Caribbean. Now, thanks to the efforts of a pleiad of people who work together towards setting up this event, we are honored to welcome and thank May-Britt Moser, Serge Arouch, and Dave Macmillan for giving their time to discuss the theme, Building Our Future Together with Science, with the next generation represented by undergraduate, graduate students, and young researchers, including representatives from 16 Latin American and the Caribbean countries: Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, Uruguay, besides Brazil. This year, Brazil is the host of the G20. The precept of the Brazilian government for the G20 is building a just world and a sustainable planet. The Brazilian Academy of Science, as organizer of the 2024 edition of the Science 20, S20, defined Science for Global Transformation as its motto. This Nobel Dialogue is part of the S20 activities. Furthermore, the 5th Brazilian National Conference of Science, Technology, and Innovation will take place in the beginning of June, and this meeting of the Nobel is part of the conference, representing one of the events dedicated to youth. These debates will contribute to the Youth Recommendations report for the 5th National Science, Technology, and Innovation Conference. I want to thank my good friend, the rector of UERJ, Professor Gunnar, for giving us this hospitality, and in her name, all of the members of this community. And also the city of Rio de Janeiro, the government of the city of Rio de Janeiro, for the efforts on helping us setting up this event. Finally, I want to thank FINEP for the financial support, and each one of you for participating in this most relevant event that addresses our future together with science in order to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the 23rd Agenda. Building our future together with science is fundamental to make informed decisions that shape well-being of our citizens, drive economic prosperity, and contribute to global social and environmental sustainability. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, Nobel Prize laureates, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, let me again welcome you to the Nobel Prize Dialogue, starting here in Rio today and continuing in Sao Paulo on Wednesday. My name is Rika Lanner. I'm the director of the Nobel Prize Museum, also representing the Nobel Foundation here today. We will spend the day talking about how science benefits society and, I hope, how it could benefit society even more than it does. And as you know, the Nobel Prize is named after the inventor and entrepreneur Alfred Nobel, a person that was convinced that we can shape our future if we put our trust in science and also see the beauty in the combination of natural sciences, art and literature, politics and peace work. And we that work with the outreach activities of the Nobel Prize, we know that the prize and the achievements of the laureates are of great inspiration to people all over the world, of all ages, and that's why we facilitate these kinds of dialogues to inspire all of you to stay curious and remain having an open and yet critical mind. Many of you here today are students and from Brazil, but also, as mentioned, from many other countries in the region, I think 14, which is, we love to have you as an audience, but not just that, you are really important. The Nobel Prize laureates emphasize again and again that the future of science lays in your hands. So we're really happy about being able to do this event together with the Brazilian Academy of Sciences. We have a very good cooperation for several years now, and that would not have been possible, wouldn't have been for the support of Helena Nader, Marcos Cortesao, Vitor Vieira, and the entire team from ABC. So thank you very much. Let me also give a special thanks again to Rio de Janeiro State University and Rector Gulnar Azevedo e Silva for providing this fantastic venue. Nobel Prize Dialogue in Rio and Sao Paulo 2024 is also organized with the support of the Nobel Prize international partners 3M, ABB, Capgemini, EQT, H2 Green Steel, and Scania. Thank you for making it possible, and also thanks to event partner Clubin. Finally, a special thanks to the Embassy of Sweden in Brazil, the General Consulate in both Rio and Sao Paulo, and the Swedish Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Smith, and it's my very great pleasure to be your guide to today's meeting. As you've heard from Gulnar, Helena, and Erika, this is a very important topic with very many aspects to talk about. So we have a great deal to get through today. So alongside being your guide, my other job is to try and make sure that everything runs on time. Wish me luck. The meeting is going to be divided into several different sections. The first section is on the value of science, and to start us thinking about that, I'm very pleased to welcome Serge Haroche, 2012 Nobel laureate in physics and professor emeritus at the Collège de France in Paris, to give a talk on the challenge facing science in our dangerous world. Please join me in welcoming Serge.
Good morning. Since Adam gave me a very limited amount of time, and since I know he's very serious in keeping the time, I have written my talk, and I will try to read it as I show you the slides. During this Nobel Dialogue, we will talk about the promising advances in science, the hope they hold for providing answers to the problems facing humanity, and we will debate about the best ways of making scientific research even more effective. We cannot, can we see the slides, please? Okay. So we cannot forget, however, that we live in difficult times with natural, societal, and geopolitical dangers which strongly impact on science. I would like to analyze these dangers and to discuss the way to overcome them. Let me start by showing you a famous photo taken a decade ago by the Cassini space mission. It shows our planet seen from Saturn, more than 1.5 billion kilometers away, a faint blue spot isolated in the universe. This photo illustrates what we can achieve with science and symbolizes at the same time the fragility of our human condition. Here on Earth, in the middle of a vast and nearly empty universe, we are living at a time when we depend more than ever on science to face many existential challenges. Obviously, science has the potential to meet these challenges. It has enabled us to make gigantic technological progresses that were impossible to foresee barely half a century ago. When I was young, I could not imagine the laptops, the lasers, the GPS, or the magnetic resonance imaging. These innovations, invented in just one generation, have profoundly changed the way we live. They are due to science, which has been able to transform fundamental discoveries about the quantum world of atoms, electrons, and photons into devices that have considerably increased our means of action and of acquiring knowledge about the world. These are inventions in physics, my field of research, but equivalent progress has been made in chemistry, in material sciences, in biology, and medicine. Yet, the general public has little understanding of what science really is. The devices that surround us in our everyday lives have become so familiar that no one marvels at the powers they give us to get around, to calculate, to communicate, or simply to live better. We take it all for granted. The paradox is that these obvious successes of science are accompanied by a growing distrust of science in society. Science is under attack by the proliferation of untruths and fake news circulating on social networks, leading groups of individuals to come together in virtual communities that mutually reinforce their harmful ideas. When scientists, objectively observing the world through precise measurements, alert us to global warming and its potentially catastrophic consequences, they provoke denialist or conspiracy reactions. The COVID crisis also showed how anti-vaccine reaction can develop irrationally, and you have seen that in Brazil. Often, these anti-science reactions come from fanatical religious groups denying the advances of science and advocating dangerous forms of obscurantism. The irony is that these attacks are propagated by the internet, the extraordinary means of communication that science has made available to society. The laser beams which circulate in a network of optical fibers crisscrossing the planet carry the best of things, usual information flowing everywhere at the speed of light, but also the worst of things, fake news, lies, and conspiracy theories. The development of artificial intelligence, which increases the means of propagating false news and manipulating minds, will further increase the destructive power of these attacks on science. The only effective response to these attacks is through education, through teaching, which from the earliest age should make children understand the values of science and of the scientific method, based on the observation of facts and the construction of models to account for them. This education must nurture a critical mindset in young people, explaining to them what rational doubt is, which approaches the truth through a constant confrontation between observation, experience, and theory. It is sad that the teaching of the spirit of the Enlightenment is not self-evident, that it is under threat and is even declining in many countries. Part of the problem stems from the fact that the government of these countries do not make teaching their young people an absolute priority. This is particularly true in developing countries where teachers are not given the training, the recognition, and the salaries they would need to be able to elevate the level of education required for forming responsible citizens. 50 years ago, countries like South Korea or Singapore were poorer than most South American countries. Their progress towards the top of developed countries and to the top of the PISA ranking in education is directly related to the drastic improvement of their school system. It costs a lot of financial resources, but training and nurturing the minds of the young people is the best investment a country can make for its future. French philosophers of the Enlightenment have long ago stressed the necessity to defend reason against passions and emotions, and they have theorized about the value of public education in texts which remain relevant more than 2 centuries later. Condorcet, a mathematician and philosopher of the 18th century, wrote at the beginning of the French Revolution a treatise on education which emphasizes the role of giving to children access to knowledge, whether it is in science or in humanities, to shape rational minds who will be able to make free decisions in their lives without being praised to demagogues manipulating their emotions. As Condorcet wrote, any society not enlightened by philosophy, and by philosophy meant natural philosophy, is deceived by charlatans. Religious passions were particularly pointed out by Condorcet, who considered that secular public education should be separated from the teaching of religion. His thoughts on this issue are very modern, in a time when religious fanaticism is on the rise. The importance of rational thinking and the understanding that it is a prerequisite for the progress of societies has been later emphasized by philosophers of the 19th century, such as Tocqueville and Auguste Comte, whose scientific positivism was a direct continuation of the Enlightenment. This philosophy is, so to speak, embedded in the Brazilian mindset, since the Auguste Comte motto, "Order and Progress," is inscribed on your national flag. And I must say it's much better than the religious sentences that you can find on the flags or banknotes of other countries. Talking about science and education, I should stress another challenge. Too few women are engaged in scientific activities, especially in mathematics and physics. How can we create the conditions that will enable mankind to make better use of the creativity and imagination that resides in the brains of half of humanity, which for historical and sociological reasons has been largely kept away from science? This requires an equal education and an equal encouragement to get into science for boys and girls from the earliest age. The aspiration to diversity in quality education goes, of course, beyond gender equality. In Brazil, it should extend to all the children of African and native origin who should also benefit from a good public education system. I would now like to turn to another challenge posed to science in the troubled time humanity has entered, that caused by attacks on its global and universal nature. Science was undoubtedly humanity's first global activity long before the globalization of markets and the economy. Since the beginnings of modern science, scientists have exchanged their knowledge and ideas. The French Academy of Sciences welcomed Dutch scientists like Huygens and German scientists like Humboldt in the 17th and 18th century. Thomas Young in England and Augustin Fresnel in France corresponded about their discoveries in optics, even though their countries had long been at war. The same can be said about Einstein in Germany, Langevin in France, and Eddington in England at the end of the First World War when they discussed relativity theory. The global nature of science must be preserved despite the current geopolitical tensions. We have witnessed recently a tendency to make more difficult the exchange of students and postdoc researchers between countries, especially between China and the West. This is a very dangerous trend. I would like to stress in this context the positive role played by international institutions whose mission is to bring together young scientists from all over the world, coming in particular from southern countries. One of these institutions, which I know well for having taught there many times, is the International Center for Theoretical Physics of Trieste, founded in 1964 by the Nobel Prize physicist Abdul Salam. It has hosted in workshops, summer schools, and PhD programs many young scientists from Brazil and other South American countries. It celebrates this year its 60th anniversary, and it must be given the support which will allow it to keep playing an important role in the decades to come. I should add that science is universal because it responds to an innate aspiration of humanity in all parts of the world to knowledge and to constantly find new ways of understanding and interpreting nature. In this sense, it is similar to other forms of creativity in art, literature, and philosophy. It has to be said that the great periods of scientific revolution, from the Renaissance in Italy to the advent of quantum physics in Germany, were periods of great creativity and innovation in the arts, painting, and philosophy. And it is undeniable that the great scientists of those eras, Galileo, Einstein, Niels Bohr, for instance, were influenced by all the ferment of thought that took place in their time. This universalism of science must be preserved. Science cannot thrive in universities without the academic freedom which allows critical thought and creativity to express themselves. The Nobel Prize illustrates the deep link between all forms of creativity, since it associates in a set of prestigious awards those who have contributed to major advances in science, but also in literature and in activity advancing peace and the defense of human values. Another challenge that science is facing is the risk of pitting basic research against applied research. Fundamental research is the soil on which applications grow, often after a long period of maturation. The history of science provides us with numerous examples of this dependence of innovation on basic research. To mention just one recent case, the new vaccines against COVID were developed in less than a year because basic research into messenger RNA has been carried out over the previous 30 years by the two scientists who have just been awarded the Nobel Prize for Medicine. The essential nature of basic research, motivated by pure curiosity, and its importance as a fertile ground for inventions was emphasized by Hendrik Casimir, one of the theoreticians who participated a century ago to the founding of quantum physics and who later became the CEO of the Philips Electronic Company. In his biography, he wrote, "I think there is hardly any example of 20th century innovation which is not indebted to basic scientific thought," and this is also true, of course, for the 21st century. Expressing the same idea, Abraham Flexner, the founder of the prestigious Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, wrote a book with the provocative title, The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge, published just before the Second World War. The fact that apparently useless science, undertaken by mere curiosity, has been the ferment of all the useful inventions of the modern times must be understood by the political decision makers. Unfortunately, the urgency of the problems facing the planet today is leading politicians to ignore this essential truth and to excessively favor short-term application-oriented projects at the expense of long-term, undirected fundamental research. This misconception is particularly true in countries from the South, where we often hear policymakers saying that basic science is a luxury that they cannot afford and that their country should focus on short-term applied projects. This is very short-sighted. Technology is so intertwined with basic knowledge that it needs researchers who are familiar with fundamental science. How could you develop, for instance, novel quantum technologies with engineers not familiar with the laws of quantum physics? More deeply, the curiosity of young minds is attracted by big questions posed by basic science. Having active projects in these areas is essential to direct towards science young students who may later orient their research towards more applied projects. I have tried to share with you my thoughts on the situation of science in the dangerous period that humanity has entered. Climate change is accelerating, with its share of natural disasters threatening living conditions in many parts of the world, with the risk of triggering massive population migrations. The COVID epidemic has shown us just how vulnerable our societies are to new viruses and environmental degradation. All these upheavals are accompanied by wars and geopolitical tensions that are likely to increase with the existential danger posed to humanity by the spread of nuclear weapons. These conditions are favorable to the rise of irrationality and conspiracy theories that are profoundly contrary to the values of science. The hope that we must retain lies in the fact that so many men and women around the world, driven by the desire to preserve the values of humanity, continue to work with determination to increase our knowledge. There is still so much to discover about the universe and about life, and to pursue this quest with passion is a constant aspiration of humanity, as shown in past centuries by scientists who, under dire conditions, have continued to work and to discover. Today's situation in Europe and in the Middle East is frighteningly reminiscent of what the world experienced less than a century ago. It might look far away to you in South America, but you are obviously also impacted here by the events taking place there. In 1939, Abraham Flexner started his book, The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge, with the following sentence, which has a profound resonance with current events. Is it not a curious fact that in a world steeped in irrational hatreds which threaten civilization itself, men and women, old and young, detach themselves wholly or partly from the angry current of daily life to devote themselves to the cultivation of beauty, to the extension of knowledge, to the cure of disease, to the amelioration of suffering, just as though fanatics were not simultaneously engaged in spreading pain, ugliness, and suffering. These words, written in 1939, summarize the values carried by science and its role as a beacon in a world full of dangers. Let us hope that mankind will avoid a tragic repetition and will find its way back to wisdom. Our dialogue today will show that, provided that peace prevail, science has much to contribute in the coming years to solving the many pressing problems facing our blue planet. Obrigado.
Thank you, Serge. Thank you very much indeed, Serge, for so beautifully highlighting many of the themes we'll be discussing today and underlining the value of science. So the dialogue is mostly about discussions, mostly panel discussions. And for the first of those, I'm very pleased to welcome three panelists. One you've met before, Helena Nader. Also, David Macmillan, who's the 2021 Nobel laureate in chemistry. And Anderson Brito, who's a research scientist from ITPS. So this panel is asking the question, how does science benefit society? And as Serge has just outlined, and as I think probably everybody in the audience agrees, the benefits are many and various. But we thought it would be interesting to start today by just considering what we think are the most important ways that science does benefit society. So that's the first question. And let's start with you, David.
Oh, the easy question?
The easy question. Yeah. What would you like to highlight?
How the most important ways in which science, I mean, the whole world, everything around us is based on science. It really is. I mean, if you look around you right now, everything around you right now is based on a chemical reaction. Everything in the world. One chemical reaction alone allows us to have the population of the Earth. We couldn't have 8 billion people on Earth without one chemical reaction, the conversion of nitrogen into ammonia. It'd be completely impossible, which was invented by humans using science. That's one of the most important ones. But for everything, pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, technology, all of this is based upon science. It's kind of funny to me that there's sometimes skepticism in science, which is spread using these devices in our pockets that were created by science.
Yes, it's ironic, isn't it?
It's ironic. So yeah, science ultimately is everywhere around us and is intrinsic to everything we do.
Thank you very much. Nice and succinct. Thank you. And a plug for chemistry along the way, from a chemistry laureate, makes sense. Anderson.
Yeah, when I first heard this question, the first thing that came to my mind was to think about how I used to think about science when I was a child. And it's funny to see that back in that time, I used to see science as something completely artificial, something that doesn't exist in real life. For example, now I am a biologist, but the structure of a cell, I thought back in my early ages that was something that someone created. It's just a concept. It doesn't exist in real life. Like, after many decades, right now, I am almost 40 years old. Now, as a scientist, I can see the importance of science as these elements that gives us a critical thinking. It's what makes us have tools to understand very, very complex phenomena without using superstition or pseudoscience, for example.
But it's fascinating that as a child you saw science as so remote from life. It was a completely other construct.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a barrier to overcome.
Exactly.
Definitely. Helena.
What can I add on top of everything that has been said? I totally agree with both of you. And what I would like to mention maybe is not how science can benefit society, but how society can control science. Not control in the sense of forbidding, but the use of science. The dual use that you can get of some scientific outputs, just like the internet. Now it's freedom, it's over everywhere, and people can put lots of wrong information, just like vaccines. So science is for good. And like Professor Serge, like Serge just told us, how can we do that science really, nowadays, benefits society? And that's just something that I would like to add to the discussion.
But it is interesting you use the word control, because that is a difficult word. I mean, the relationship between science and society is not an easy one to navigate.
You're true. It's true. It's not a control of the scientific community, but how do we control quotes in the sense of getting the best indeed for the society? Here in Brazil, we thought that maybe we got rid of this misleading, but it's not true. They are still there. And they are very active. People that are against science, even though they use science, because they benefit in health, they benefit in education, but that's the control that I'm saying.
During the COVID pandemic, there was a reversal, and trust in science increased globally. It seems to be diminishing again. Who knows? Anderson, please come in.
I could face the negative impacts of misinformation basically in real time during the pandemic, because right now, as let's say as a virologist, back in the times of the pandemic, I was sometimes invited to explain very basic concepts in science, which for me they are basic, but for sure for a large proportion of the population they are not. They are not basic. They are not, let's say, trivial at all. And it was extremely hard to, for example, explain how a vaccine was made. What is it composed by? And I had to sometimes go all the way back to very basic concepts to then explain what the vaccine is made of. And that's not easy. So that somehow explains why we had so much misconception about the vaccine. And the one misconception that strikes me the most is that the vaccine was developed in only 1 year, which is not true. The technology behind it was being developed since a decade ago. And then a new virus came and made that new technology useful to tackle a new virus.
Somehow getting across this concept that Serge mentioned of the usefulness of useless knowledge developed over decades and generations. Yeah, it's hard to get one's head around it. I don't know.
But at the same time, we need all of this useless information, right? I mean, that's one of the things about the control aspect. There's these struggle in science. Science is big and science is messy. It's really, really messy. And there's times where we have grand challenges, climate change, sustainability, things we know about. But there's also lots of things we don't know about that in the future will be huge benefits for society that we haven't even begun generally to think about. And that's why you need big science, you need it to be messy, and you need people who are going to do things which at first look like there might not be any advantage or benefit to it. But ultimately will be. The internet is a great example. Before the internet, did we know we needed the internet? But as soon as it came along, it was enormous.
Yeah.
But we didn't sit around saying, we really need an internet. That sort of grew organically, pardon the pun, but it really did.
But in a way, I mean, getting people to accept that also requires them to trust one.
Right.
And when you have something like climate change, which you could argue, I suppose, was caused by scientific progress, now science is being relied on for the remedy, that does require a lot of trust in scientists that, yes, take your time, do all this, this research which may not lead anywhere, and eventually it'll all come good. How do you build that trust is the question.
Well, it's difficult. And it's difficult right now, I would say, because scientists themselves don't know the pace at which we're going to solve that problem. I mean, I'm a huge optimist. I believe we will solve the climate problem. I mean, for example, we are one catalytic reaction away from solving that problem in the world. It's a very difficult catalytic problem.
There's a Nobel Prize in that.
Yeah, there's probably two. But it's true, but it's also scientists have to also believe in it. And it's very, very difficult because you don't know something is possible till it's possible.
Until you do it.
And so that's where we are. But that's science. That's why it is the part that we all know is so important, because without it, we'll be in a huge amount of trouble. But with it, we can solve that problem.
May I add? I think that's the fun of science. You don't know the result.
Right.
If you knew, you are not doing science.
Right.
You're just repeating. So the adventures, that's what makes science. I get always excited when discussing science, and mainly among young generation, because they need to believe that they are capable of doing whatever they want. And that's the fun of science. It's the best profession, because you don't have a boss. The boss is yourself.
I believe that one way how we can build trust on science is basically explaining science, is explaining how it works, explaining the, let's say, scientific method, not only the discovery. Because if we explain the discovery only by itself, it sounds like magic.
Yeah.
But if you explain the method and how long it took for something to be discovered, then this makes a little bit more of more sense. But to do that, we need to get more involved in events like this, to do science communication, but not only from scientists to scientists. We need to make an extra effort to teach science to non-scientists. Because that's the only way, in my view, or one of the ways how we can build trust on science.
That's such an important point, because yes, it is. You cannot take it as a given that everybody is going to want to listen to you, but they might. There is somebody they want to listen to, and so finding that person and making that connection is very key.
May I add, because I got really concerned what happened very recently in the States. I thought that evolution, we had already set up the road for that. And now, coming back to the discussion of intelligent design, it's back. That's the point. How come? We need to communicate. And you, young generation, and you too, because I'm the oldest in here, we need to do it better. How can we really show that you can have your faith? It doesn't, science and religion are not against. If you have a faith, okay. If you don't, it's also okay. But science needs to prove to society the importance of going on with freedom of thinking, because that's what makes us move forward.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about spreading the benefit of science, because, okay, the benefits of science are there to be, and we all realize them. But UNESCO, for instance, has started to define access to science and the applications of science as one of the fundamental human rights. And yet, that is patently not the case. It's the benefit of science is very different depending on where you live and what your socio-economic group is, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a big and complicated topic, I know, but would you like to reflect on that?
It's a difficult one. I mean, pharmaceuticals is one of the best examples of that. If you live in the Western world and your access to medicine is absolutely tied to the financial or the income of the where you live. But what is important, though, is you are now seeing many people in many governments, actually, which is unique, starting to think about ways to make sure that the world receives equal access to medicines. And that is being pushed politically through the idea that it's important to do cost or pricing of, for example, medicines across the world to match what people can actually afford. And pharmaceutical companies, who are often viewed as being these bad actors or bad people, are actually working very hard to do this, because they understand that they have a very bad reputation, and they want to have a better reputation. So I do think you are seeing the democratization to a certain extent of medicine, but it's still a long way from where it needs to be, but it is at least moving forward.
I guess Brazil is a microcosm of the world in that sense because you have such diversity of circumstance. How effectively do you think the benefit of science is spread here in Brazil?
Yeah, I have...
Please,
No, go
Anderson,
no,
Anderson
you,
first.
young generation first.
Thank you. I have this opinion that, unfortunately, the benefits of science for the average Brazilian is not being transmitted in the way it should, especially in schools. I am myself, as I mentioned in the beginning, a former student of public schools here in Brazil. And I could see how much I didn't know about science once I left school. So if we do not invest more on science education to raise the level of science literacy among the population, they will be left without the requisites to understand even more advanced science. If they don't know the basics, it's very hard to explain the more advanced discoveries.
Absolutely, but when it comes to something like access to medicines or please, Helena.
Yeah, here in Brazil, we have I'm very proud of this, SUS. We have one, it was based in the system from England, UK, but here it's indeed universal. And most of the not the top medicines, like the ones generated by biology, those except for vaccines, which are given free to everyone, I think that's a model that we are proud of having. But if you go to education, and as you pointed out, scientific education, we are far, far from what's necessary. We have a huge gap between public schools, most of public schools for elementary and medium school, than with private. So we have to really move forward in order to fill this gap.
Thank you.
Unfortunately.
So this whole day is devoted to thinking about how science and society should work together to get the best possible result for humanity and all natural life on the planet. Science and society working together indicates that you've got to somehow forge very strong links. How do you think, I mean, would you have some change to suggest that would improve the linkage between science and society? As an example, in the UK, there's quite a move now to move social scientists, people who work with people, into science departments to try and help with the transmission of ideas, but also with just the setting up of policy. Is there anything that can, please?
Yeah, I mean, this is something I think we'll talk about later today, is communication in science, and I think it's an incredibly important topic because I think as scientists get more and more and more involved in our subjects, sometimes we get further and further away from society, at least the information, and how to explain the information. And so this ability for the general public to appreciate what science is actually bringing and the problems that we're facing. I mean, COVID was an amazing example of, we had a massive problem in society. Scientists effectively reduced that problem through an incredible effort to develop vaccines. And at the end of the day, it still wasn't appreciated at the level it probably could have been. I think across the world, the scientists were viewed higher, but there was still a lot of skepticism that came along with science because we did a very poor job at times of communicating what was going on with these vaccines. Kind of remarkable when you think in the 50s and 60s, when polio vaccines came along, they were viewed as a godsend. They were viewed as like this amazing treatment that everyone believed in. But suddenly, by the year 2020, when we should be more open to knowledge, When vaccines came along, we were more skeptical.
That is remarkable, isn't it? Yeah.
If you think about the sociology behind that, that's what's missing. And there are amazing ways or mechanisms in sociology that we can deliver information that most physical sciences don't think about. And I think bridging that gap, the way you mentioned it, is exactly what we have to do if we're going to communicate to the broader population.
Yeah, but I think to do that, we scientists, especially those in academia, they need more, let's say, incentives to do science communication, because the way how we scientists are measured in terms of productivity, it still uses very classic and old-fashioned metrics, citations, papers, number of students that you supervise. Maybe we should think about other ways of measuring that, and one measure could be how many times you get involved in outreach, science communication activities, so that you can get credit out of it. Otherwise, I guess there will be no incentives to do that, because we scientists, we are busy doing what the system wants us to do, right? And then we do not devote time to accomplish this that we are discussing right now, to have this better interface with society.
And that interface absolutely works both ways. It's both helping people understand what science is doing and what the benefit is, but also learning more about how the benefit might get out there, as your example with vaccine.
I totally agree with you. We need to be more explicit when we talk about the benefits of science. We need to make sure. And also, I think, if in schools you involve the teacher and the students on thinking on the way of how to produce science. I always remember here in Brazil, there was the chemistry year, I don't recall the year, but was remembered the measurement of the pH. And Brazil was the country that contributed the most to the global pH, because we involved all students in all public schools all around Brazil. And they understood what is pH, what is the nature, why do we need clean water? We need to have more of these experiments, sharing community with the scientists.
It comes back to Anderson's opening point, that science isn't something else out there that is an artificial construct. Everybody's doing science all the time in some way. They can either be involved in experiments, or they're just doing their own thing, which has scientific aspects to it. But yes.
Yeah.
What a lovely conversation. Thank you very much indeed. And I love this thought that scientists are adventurers and explorers. What more attractive thing could there be? An adventurer without a boss. Fantastic. Lovely thought. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's been a lovely conversation. So now we move on to a new topic, which has already been touched on, which is the desire to make science more inclusive, to increase diversity of scientists. And to introduce the topic, we're going to have Anna de Adio, who is a global policy analyst from UNESCO, and she's going to give a talk on breaking barriers based around the... Hello, Anna. She's going to give a talk based around the Global Education Monitoring Report from UNESCO. And then after she finishes, she's going to be joined on stage by three panelists. Jacqueline Goes, who's Brazil's official science ambassador, May-Britt, 2014 Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine, and Vinicius Soares, who's president of the National Association of Postgraduate Students here in Brazil. So they'll join you in a minute, but now the floor is yours, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm really delighted to be here with you. So I am Anna de Adio. I am the thematic lead, the Global Education Monitoring Report, which is the tool to monitor progress of SDG 4, education, in the Agenda 2030 at UNESCO. So I will start this panel with a presentation about some ideas on the issue that the panel will discuss, and in particular, how to break barriers, and if there are barriers in science to diversity. So in fact, just to start, yes, the short answer is, unfortunately, there are barriers. There are barriers to diversity in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. And these barriers are very different and are many. And even if countries have tried to address these barriers, unfortunately, there are still too many people, too many youth, adolescents, and children that are left behind in education. And the barriers exist because of financial constraints, because of poverty, because of conflicts, crises, and emergencies, because of inadequate access to educational resources, lack of infrastructure, insufficient textbook and other education resources, or lack of teachers. We heard a lot about teachers already. And full of socioeconomic factors, but also something that is very important for the panel, we will discuss later, are culture and gender stereotypes and bias, which bias who effectively can access science and technology domains. So, in fact, while we are discussing these barriers, why it is important to talk about the barriers, because there are many reasons. First of all, there are really serious consequences in leaving underrepresented groups out of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. One of the first issues is that these underrepresented groups have less opportunities to contribute to innovation and technology advancement. And also because we know that currently with the development or the increasing importance of artificial intelligence, there are biases in machine learning algorithms that are reflected in what is produced. And this risk to perpetuate inequalities over time. And this is really an important issue. And there are an emerging literature that shows that the bias are embedded in product development ideas and research everywhere. So it's important to talk about diversity because diverse educational backgrounds and experience foster an environment where creativity and innovation flourish. And there are really huge advantages to have diverse people working in science. Some of those are mentioned here. Diversity enhances creativity, broadens the innovation scope, improves decision-making, and allows to produce ideas and products that reflect the global needs, not just the need of someone. And that's why also STEM is really vital for science and technology. It fosters innovation, problem solving, and technology advancement. When STEM education is good, it also allows to develop in the students critical thinking and a strong foundation in scientific principles. And in fact, STEM fields are really vital to address issues that are urgently needed in our society, related, for example, to public health, climate change, sustainable energy. We will discuss this later, the role of institution, the higher education institution. The role of higher education institution in science is vital for different reasons. However, it's also a role that in some cases foster inequality. If we look at the number of publications and patents, they are concentrated in high-income countries. This means that there are many that are left behind, and there is not, I would say, a representation of everyone in science everywhere. Something that has already been mentioned, and I think it's really important for the discussion we are having today, is that academic achievement, gender, and social identities determine aspirations for STEM education and careers. We know that there are increasing number of girls that are enrolled in tertiary education, but the choice of field of study remain gendered. If you look at this chart, presents some data from the UIS, the Institute of Statistics of UNESCO, about STEM graduates, and we can see that globally, women on this period represented barely 1/3 of the world graduate. And also, it's interesting, this chart is very interesting. There are data from PISA 2022, and show that if there is, this is the score in the gender parity or the gender non-parity in science. It shows that the level 2 is the low performers, and the level 4 and above are the top performers. So if you see the violet, the purple bullet indicate level 4, so the top performers, the gender in parity, I would say, in science. And you can see that if there is almost gender parity, at minimal level of proficiency, women are much less represented among the top performers. This chart is for science. There is the same thing for mathematics. And the important thing is talking about all this is not just gender, it's about many other characteristics, but the message is that these different characteristics, this inequality, crystallize in the labor market. You have wage-gender gap in the professional, intellectual, scientific categories for women, but also for differences that are based on race, on ethnicity, and on other characteristics. You can see here in 2022, 17 of patent applications were filed by women and 83% were filed by men. So there is a huge issue to discuss in terms of gender or gender parity or lack of diversity in STEM. And even the legislation of countries are not really supportive. Only half of the 68% of countries globally that support STEM supports inclusion of girls in STEM. And to conclude, so how can STEM diversity be encouraged in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics? There are many things that can be done. But one thing that is really important is start early. Another important thing is really to modify the culture of school and education, prepare teachers to deal with diversity, to be inclusive, and really showcase role models and mentors that allow different groups to be represented in science, technology, mathematics. Also, providing career guidance and counseling is very important, as it is to enhance the visibility of diverse scientists, also supporting them with financial assistance and scholarship. So I will close the discussion, my presentation here, and I'm really glad to continue this discussion with the panel that follows. Thanks a lot. So, very happy to welcome you here. Jacqueline, May-Britt, Vinicius, Adam has already introduced you, and starting the panel will discuss ways to encourage diversity in science, or in fact, the value of diversity for science. And my first question, it's an open question to all of you. It's really, what do you think are the main, I have presented some, but based on your experience, what is the main barrier that exists in science, barrier to diversity in science, and always on, from your perspective and your experience, what ways are the most appropriate to tackle these barriers? So, Jacqueline, I will start with you.
Okay. Despite the barriers that you have already presented, I think here, from my perspective, especially in science in Brazil, we have the social barrier that are very important, because social barrier, they are in all the ways. So people do not get the good education along their life because they have social barriers. And then if they don't get good education, they cannot go through good universities, or they barely go to the university, especially in science field. And then if they don't go to the university, they don't have a good education to be a good scientist sometimes, and mostly they don't pursue a career in science. So I think in Brazil, we have the social disparities. They are very important to jump these barriers, to break these barriers.
Thank you, Jacqueline. May-Britt, I will ask the same question to you about the barriers that you think exist, or you have encountered, or any strategies that you think may be useful to address these barriers.
So strategies for increasing diversity?
Yes, increasing diversity.
So I think one argument that people will understand is that to be a scientist, then you need a lot. You need a talent, you need to have the passion for science, you need so much. And then if we restrict the population where we search for people to do science, we just fool ourselves, because we need to expand and we need to go and look for talents everywhere. Because science is like art. It's creative, and you are not creative if you are only talking to people. Can you imagine if there were only May-Britts around? It would be horrible. So in science, we need everybody, and we need to have good discussions. So I think it would be foolish not to support diversity in science.
I think that's a very important point, and is really the point of that you make is leveraging the talent, the pool of talent, and so just thinking about that, I was thinking about what Brazil has done to address these issues in terms of allowing underrepresented group to access higher education. Or so, Vinicius, do you want to say something about that?
Yes, I think this is an important topic that we need to discuss. For example, because when you see the science in today, we see a photograph that is a consequence of all inequities that our society passed during the past. So, but we need to see like a movie, because we think that we are at a transition age. For example, if I may, I want to ask the audience that which of you is the first scientist or the first person in your family that got into university? Please raise your hand.
Me? You have to see me too.
I did ask you this because 10 years, 50 years ago, here in Brazil, this is not possible because we had a barrier. So we did need to do social movement that, for example, we need to pass a law here in Brazil that permits that at least half of enrollment of a university need to be from people that they are from public school. So because of this, we achieved that we changed the face of university here in Brazil. So I think we need to do this in our world. We need to begin to transform access of higher education.
Thank you, Vinicius. In fact, I mean, the point you are making whole is the fact that, yes, there are barriers, but there are also, I mean, we should leverage different ways to make people participate more. And one of the ways that the literature really discuss a lot is the role of mentorship, of coaching, to allow people to have a career in science. So Jacqueline, do you want to share any experience about mentorship?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think the mentorship in our lives, it's the most important factor when you are into a science group, especially because the mentor is the person who you look like and you say, yes, I would be like this person. Oh no, don't want to be like this person. So it happens. So I think the importance of the mentorship in our lives is just, it's especially to be like a model. And as leads, as I am now a leader, I just feel like it's my role to open the space to diversity. So we have the power to bring more diversity to our groups, and sometimes we just stick on the education level and we don't see the panel. I feel like we don't look to the population and see, so what the background of this person, what the inequalities that she or he is facing to be here. So can I help this person be in science, despite of the, I will not say effort, but I would say, how could I say this? It's just like meritocracy. I don't know if you understand well this, but here in Brazil we think a lot of, she deserves, he deserves. And sometimes it's not about deserve a position, it's how long and how effort did you have to pass through because of the inequalities and social disparities that allowed you to come here. So for me, it's just like, if I look to my colleagues and I don't see diversity, why not promote this diversity? So I think we need to understand that the sub-representative groups, they are not because they don't deserve it, because they don't work enough to be there, but because the social community and all the system input some barriers that doesn't allow them to achieve. So I think that as leaders, we need to promote this, and that happened to me. So I have worked a lot for 10 years, but was my mentorship, my last one, Dr. Esther, that saw my effort and saw my work and said, no, I'm not gonna speak for you because I did not. You did the work, so you need to go and stand out for your work. And that's why I am here now, because if not, I was just on the bench doing the same thing 12 and 15 years.
Thank you, really. Thank you for sharing your experience. Really, that's wonderful. Because looking at you, I mean, I think also of the role models you are playing for the generation that really watch you on stage. So, May-Britt, may I ask you, did you have anyone that mentored you, or are you mentoring someone, and or do you think that this is really something that is important? How to convey also this idea to policymakers that is important to have this kind of initiatives and practice?
So I think that people around the world are more and more aware of how important it is with diversity in any field. And I think that what you say, that you were expected to present your data, of course. And I think as mentors, we should just expect and not doubt that people can do beautiful presentations and they can do beautiful work. Because I think if people don't expect anything from you, and you don't expect anything from yourself either, you can just sit in the sofa. So, and we don't want to sit in the sofa, but this is also about models. Of course, we need pioneers, and you asked about models for me. So I think in Norway we have had models in different fields pushing the way, for example, for women. Mm-hmm. Not exactly in science that I could think of, but in other fields. And then when I started, I didn't even think about that it was questionable that I was a woman, because I was just curious. Give me what I want. Don't ask me why. I just want it. And I think that is how it should be.
Thank you. I think it's very true.
Because we deserve it as human beings.
Exactly.
We need scientists.
But should I say? I should not say but. Maybe and. Countries are different, no? Countries are their social is very different. And maybe what is possible in Norway, which has allowed to build this kind of identities or search,
is
not
very
equal, is not the same in other countries. And for example, in Brazil, I mean, Vinicius, you are the president of the National Association of Postgraduates, so I imagine that you see many differences in the students or the people you know. So how they cope with these barriers in diversity? Are there any preferred strategies, I would say, that allows them to initiate a career in science in a country that is very unequal?
I think we need to change the access of higher education, because when you think science, I believe that we have still yet a wall between academic university and the society. So even though we have anti-science movement in our world, people do believe in science. People do want to achieve the science, but people don't know how to assess the science, how to become a scientist. So I remember that when I was child and teenager, I watch television show CSI. So I watched this and I realized that I want to become a biologist, I want to become an entomologist. But I didn't know how to become a scientist. So I need to be at university to see the path that how I am become a scientist. So we need to change the access of higher education. because especially when you talk about diversity, because science needs diversity. Science needs to have more different views and different thoughts, different thinkers, because we have a society that we only look at one way for resolve some problem. But we need more people, we need more diversity to look in different way to resolve, especially the problem. We have a complex agenda in global today, so we need to increase the diversity in our society and make all child become a scientist to progress the society.
Thank you. That's also very important. So, if I have to go back to these different ideas, I was thinking how to make sure that we hear the voices of different people, because it's not just a question of saying things. I mean, how to translate, how to make sure that our ideas get there where they are transformed in policies. So do you have any experience in how your role as of you is just to you all has managed to initiate enactions or strategies to address some of these barriers to diversity, or to convince people that really diversity is the way to go to have a talented pool of people, of scientists?
Well, I think we have lots of strategies, and thinking about being heard, it's the way. So sometimes we are speaking, but people, they are not even taking attention to what we are saying. So for me, this is the first barrier. And it means not only the politics and not only the society, but sometimes people that are around us. So when we speak about diversity, we are not just speaking about gender, we are not just speaking about ethnicity, we are speaking about different backgrounds, with different, especially here in Brazil, that we have lots of different regions, geographical regions with different cultures. It's very important that we do not need everyone to be normalized in one way. So for me, the first step to be heard is literally to be heard by our colleagues in our environment in science, so I mean the institute, in the university, and then using this platform we can achieve our politicians to understand if it could be public policy. So it's very difficult in Brazil because we have diversity in politicians.
Yes.
So I could say that, I don't know, maybe Vinny could add with some numbers because I'm not so aware of that, but I think that low politicians, a few politicians in our politics are committed to science and committed to diversity. So it's very difficult to achieve this and to be heard. And I think we should just not hear the majority, but thinking about diversity, we need to go to the minorities. So, and listen and them with the real interest to understand what they bring to science and all the fields. So I think it's not just an endeavor to get diversity, but transform this a culture in our world. I mean, in every field of our lives.
Thank you, Jacqueline. May-Britt, do you want?
I just have a question. How many people do you think are sitting in here, in this room?
How
many people?
900.
900? So we have 900 people sitting here Yes, and I don't know if you heard about the Swedish girl Eva Thunberg. She was 1, and she was sitting in front of her school, and she was protesting against the climate problems, and she was talking in the UN in there, and people would listen to this child that she started out as being. So you, 900 of you, you've heard here that we need diversity. Spread the word.
Yes.
Take the responsibility.
Yes, I agree, because we need to occupy this space. We grow up, we think that science and politics need to be separate, but not, need to be together. We need, as science, be in political movement to change the world. Because when you think create our future together with science, this is the real. We need, especially as younger people, we need to occupy this space to be our voice heard by our country, by the university, by the world. Because just this, we can change the way that we view the society. Because if we don't occupy this space, other people will. But these other people maybe cannot think like us, maybe cannot activate to change the world like us can. So we need to occupy this space. We need to be heard like this in this panel, but we need to do some political movement, even though a local movement or national movement or a global movement.
And we need to join forces.
Thank you. That's great. So I think this is really the best conclusion of this panel that I would have really dreamed of, because we have touched so many issues, so many things, starting with this idea that, in fact, leveraging diversity is crucial and vital for science and for building a better future in science. I think that's important. And then this important message to you all that are here, you are the voice, you are the next generation. And so we believe in you, and you have to bring this idea that science needs diversity to be better. And I have, just to conclude, just yes or no, do you feel that your educational institution or your workplace address diversity in the right manner? Yes or no? Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And now we move on to our last topic of the morning, which is about sharing discoveries, the art of communication. For this, we're going to have a discussion featuring David Macmillan again, Cristiane Machado, who is the Vice President for Education, Information and Communication at Fiocruz, and Helder Nakaya, who is Associate Professor of Pharmaceutical Sciences at USP. Please welcome them. Thank you. So we're talking about communication, which has already come up several times, and David, you'd have already mentioned that communication doesn't necessarily come naturally, it's something that needs to be learned. We perhaps know how to communicate to our circle of colleagues that we normally talk to, but talking to other groups is something that has really to be learned and understood. Helder, why don't you tell us what it takes?
Well, we all know, like, if a seminar or lecture is going to be bad in 5 seconds, right?
Your microphone, I think, is not on. Can we fix the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
No. Can we have someone to do the microphone, please?
Difficult, I think.
Should be working.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Communication, eh? Not easy.
The communication panel.
Okay, obrigado.
Hey, great. Okay.
Okay, that's exactly what I was talking about. So like in 5 seconds, you can tell if a seminar or a lecture is going to be bad, right? But when we are at the stage or writing a paper, we actually don't see this happening because I think that in the PhD, we're not training enough in this kind of skills. And Richard Feynman already said that scientists are storytellers. And we need to know how to tell a good story to communicate our results. And for that, I think we need empathy. We need to put ourselves in the position of whoever is going to receive this message. What do we want them to take an action, inspirations? You know, so I think we have to change the way we communicate, and the only way is through training.
That's
specialized training.
It's a very interesting word to bring into the discussion, empathy. Not one that is so often heard in connection with communication, but obviously deeply important. Not, as you say, about it is what I want to communicate, but it's what you need to know.
Yes.
Difficult. Christiane.
Oh, yes. I think there are many skills that are requested from scientists nowadays, more and more, and sometimes we are not well prepared to do everything, you know. We know that there are many students here, I'm sure all of them know that there are great researchers who are not so good professors in class. And there are great professors who are not well-recognized researchers. And in what regards communication, outside the university or outside the research institutions, it's even more challenging. And we are not well prepared to do so many times, so we have to learn. During the pandemic, it was a great example. I work at Fiocruz, Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, and from night to day, we had to talk to many different people. Our researchers had to talk to the media and to different social groups, and it was really challenging. Many of them turned out to be great communicators, and they didn't know that, but others did not have neither the original talent nor had been prepared to do so. So we have to learn in our daily lives, and sometimes people from the communication field can help, but not every institution is prepared to do so, especially in the South countries.
It's a pretty difficult thing to sort out that the expert may not be the best communicator, but we kind of live in a world where we expect the expert to be front and center. You know, that's the person who's out there talking. So it's hard to promote other people to the point of being the spokespeople. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's 100% correct. You know, one of the interesting things about winning the Nobel Prize is you get thrust into this limelight, and then people ask you to become Wikipedia and explain everything to them. But the communication thing is important. When I moved to America, to the US, with a strong Scottish accent, no one could understand anything I would say. So I quickly learned I had to learn how to communicate. And communication is extraordinarily important. My other story around that was when I found out I had to make this Nobel lecture. And on YouTube, I went to look at other people's Nobel lectures, and there would be people had 1 million views. And I realized if I gave my regular chemistry talk, 1 million people were going to be very disappointed. You know, this was going to be not so good. So I spent so much time trying to get it, to make it accessible for people. And part of it was empathetic, but part of it was selfish, because I didn't want to think we'd spent all this time in the lab for the last 25 years to then blow it or mess it up when we had the chance to actually communicate it to a broader audience. So I think this idea about getting the information out, we have to care as much about the communication as we do about the research, because if we do all the research and no one understands it, what was the point of doing it?
Mm. And I suppose you have a particular challenge with chemistry, because in general, the public out there sometimes think of chemistry as being bad, pollutants, things you don't want. How many chemicals do you want in your food? None.
Right. No, you're 100. The PR, the public relations around chemistry is horrible, right? Physics, you think of the Big Bang or black holes. Biology, you think of medicine. Chemistry, you think of chimneys and smoke. I always tell my wife when I'm sitting on an aeroplane and I don't want to talk to the person next to me and they ask me, what do you do? I say, I'm a chemist. But if I do want to talk to them, I tell them I do catalysis. And they're like, oh, that's interesting. And so, but the words, they're the same field, but the words are different, and it comes down to the communication. I think in chemistry we do have a problem, and we do have to overcome that problem if we're going to make people care. It really is true.
Thank you. Communication is changing quite fast, and certainly there are so many more channels for getting messages out, but that presents its own new challenges. Well, first of all, I should ask you, are you all three active on social media? Helder?
Yeah, I am.
David?
Yes.
Christiane?
Not very much. Yes, a little bit.
Okay, well, more than me anyway. I'm 0. Yeah. So, what do you? I mean, people say that lies spread faster than truth, 5 times faster than truth on social media, etc., etc. So, how do you approach that as a new communication medium?
Well, I think we have to keep pace with the cultural shifts that happens. For example, we were in an information economy. Then we became an attention economy, where a lot of distractions, you have a limited attention, but to endless information. And now we're going to the AI economy, right? So I think we have to deal with this saturation of information. So just providing accurate or information, scientific information, is not enough to really communicate well. You have sometimes to learn with people that do this, such as marketers and people that sociologists, to really like touch the emotions and try to see what the person is going to benefit with this information, right? Red could be inspiration, could be an action. And that's what I was mentioning about the empathy. And I think that regardless of the age that we are, like we have to think about that all the time, like who's going to be the audience of it's going to touch it. But my social media is not for having millions of followers like Jacqueline. It's just like to talk about our science and not to be an influencer or anything.
Thank you. Christiane?
Oh, I think I use some social media, writing short tests and some pictures, but nowadays, communicating with the youth especially, they use much shorter videos and a very fast way of communicating that sometimes is harder for some of us. I don't know, not everyone is able to be a YouTuber or a blogger, and so it's very challenging. And also I think speaking to the youth is very important through social media, and also working with schools, We have some programs directed to that, as the former panels are approaching, as working with teachers and working with children and the youth is really important nowadays to make science more inclusive and to let people be interested in science and all the possibilities.
Yeah, and that's a very positive way of looking at it. I mean, it's a little bit of a battleground out there. I don't know if you want to...
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I tell young professors, I would not want to be an assistant professor right now because of the social media component. There's so many people fighting for the oxygen in the room. And there are so many people who try and make up their mind about, for example, what's happening in science through reading social media, which is a really, really bad idea. I mean, that's not where you should be thinking about science. However, I do think social media is valuable where you can get to understand the way people think and the way people are and who the human being is behind the science. And that's the way I try to use it, not always successfully. But I think it's kind of, social media you can use for lots of different applications. From my viewpoint, it can be valuable if it's used to allow people more access to each other, to see who they are without actually having to have met each other.
Thank you. Now, that turned out to be a perfect segue, finding out about each other. This session is about communication. May-Britt Moser has just empowered you all as agents of change. I would like you to take a couple of minutes to talk to each other. I'd like you, please, to turn to your neighbor, if you want, and spend 1 minute just saying what you think is most needed if we're going to try and get the best out of science. And then your neighbor could take 1 minute to tell you what they think is most needed. You don't have to do this. If you don't want to do it, you can spend 2 minutes checking your phone. It's fine. But we're going to turn the lights up in the room for you to talk to each other, and we're just going to talk to each other, turn our microphones off. You've got 2 minutes, 1 minute each. Please go ahead.
What was the question?
Okay, I think we're back here on stage. I'm sorry to draw it to a close. I can't tell you how lovely it is to hear the bubble of your voices from stage. It's really nice. Thank you. Congratulations to you all. So we just have a few minutes left, and we wanted to talk about the skepticism that we have to battle, the tools that are used to send out the nice information about science are exactly the same tools that people are using to combat science. So how do we deal with that? How do we cope? David?
Well, I would say the first part is awareness. I think all scientists are aware of the fact that there's this skepticism that's becoming more and more prevalent through social media and from other components. And I think this continued approach of getting everyone to talk about why science is actually at the top of a pyramid. I think you should, the phrase that you just said while we were sitting here, you should explain that, which I think is perfect.
Yes, Professor Moser mentioned the parallel between art and science. And if you take the pyramids of needs, shelter, water, food, money for a barbecue, like you are going to see that art is going to be on the top of the pyramids. Only when you satisfy all the needs, then you can think about art. Society thinks the same with science. So they think science is a luxury, when actually science is the bottom of the pyramids. And how can we tell the person how important this is for everyone? And what worries me is that the same way people can do fake arts, fake money with AI, for example, it's going to be very easy to spread misinformation with AI. So we're going to have to battle the fake news with the true science.
Build the pyramid. Yes, please.
Yes, a good example is the issue of vaccines. In Brazil, for example, we have a huge national immunization program that was very successful. Since the 70s, we have this program, and we have the unified health system, and people usually believed in vaccines in Brazil. We had no problems with anti-vax movements and so on and so forth, or hesitation to vaccinate. And recently, in the last 2 years and during the pandemic, and unfortunately, there were some national authorities that were speaking against vaccines and so on and so forth. So, and some groups, some right groups organized, we began to have some hesitation to vaccinate. And so this is very worrying because we spent like 40 years and people had this view of vaccine as a public good, as a right of citizenship, and as a public good. And so how this becomes so we have to say that this is...
Well, it's because the word that is used, at least in the US and in Europe, is elitism, where they suggest that science or scientists are elitists. This is exactly the opposite of what scientists are. Scientists are the working class, noble people who care about the community and are doing everything for the community. They're not sitting on top of the mountain, we're sitting at the bottom of the mountain trying to make sure everyone can get to the top of the mountain. That's who we are.
That truly is a great message to get out, yes. Well said, thank you. I think probably that is a good point to stop on, that positive idea and this word empathy, which I think is so important to introduce into the discussion. Thank you very much to the three of you. Now thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. Thank you for coming back. And this conversation is an interactive one about the responsibilities of scientists. And for this conversation, I'm delighted to welcome back May-Britt and also Luis Davidovich, the former president of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and professor emeritus at the Federal University of Rio. So please welcome them. They're shy. Come. May-Britt, if you'd like to sit at the end, and Luis there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please. So this session is a little longer than the previous ones, and in this one, I'm going to begin by having a conversation with Luis and May-Britt, and then I'm going to bring in 3 young scientists to join the conversation, and I'm also going to try and find time to get some comments and questions from the audience. Got a lot to pack in, so we'll get going. The responsibilities of scientists. It's a huge topic. It's perhaps something that scientists themselves don't think about so much when they're pursuing their scientific career, because you get on with doing your science and getting the results out and communicating. And do you stop to ask, what are my responsibilities? I'm not sure. But especially to combat the distrust of science that we've heard about, and also the elitism, maybe it is necessary to think about them. So I would like to ask you both, just initially, just to reflect, when you hear the term responsibilities of scientists, what do you think of? Luis, do you want to go first?
Well, okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to be here. You know, there are several levels of responsibility, of course. The most obvious one, maybe, is responsibility towards truth. We should, we should not tell things that we are doing. We should not try to tell them in a way that they seem different from what the relevance really is. So that's very important. Of course, the system of evaluation of science sometimes encourages that, like publishing many papers, and instead of just assembling them in one important paper, things like that. But I think scientists should stick to the main motivation for doing science, which is curiosity and passion for science.
Sorry, I'm just going to briefly stop you because what you raise is such an important point. And when we talk to audiences of young scientists around the world, this pressure of the reward system in science is one of their main concerns. And I just wondered if we could just put the lights up. I wanted to get a show of hands. Who is worried about the reward system in science? Yeah, that's pretty much everybody. Yeah, that's a lot. Anyway, sorry. Thank you very much indeed. Just to, so it's a topic that resonates with the audience.
Right.
So I didn't mean to.
So, and the responsibility of scientists, in fact, which is difficult to pursue in view of this system we have, is really to concentrate on the importance of her or his research. You know, doing things that one thinks are useful, are important to do, and being motivated by this main thing that motivated us to go into science in the first place, which is just curiosity, passion for science. That's it. And I think that if one follows that, eventually we might be rewarded or not. But just doing that, satisfying our curiosity, and getting into the mysteries of the universe is already a reward. It's a huge reward. I think of the people who first found out about how the micro world works, the people who founded quantum physics. Were they worried about getting an award afterwards? I don't think so. If you look at it, if you see their dialogues, you know, they were amazed by what they were finding out. You know, nature was not like one knows just from looking at it. If you have a better perspective, you see that there are faces of nature that are completely different from our intuition. And knowing that, discovering that, is already a bigger reward. So I think that one of the responsibilities of scientists is just to stick to that, to stick to their basic motivation, and consider that discovering new things is the best award of them all. Okay, so that's one point.
Beautiful.
And I do have some other remarks, but you know,
let's bring May-Britt in and we'll come back. Please, May-Britt.
Come back.
Thank you. No, of course, Luis, I agree completely with what you say. So I feel responsible as a scientist both to ask the important questions, as you say, and also a sort of tidy the field. And when I say it, I'm so ashamed because it seems like, oh, I'm this arrogant person who can tidy a field. But as you say, honesty is so extremely important. So to occlude a field by publishing studies that are not worth publishing at the stage they are, instead of waiting until you know that this is solid. I think that is one responsibility. Another responsibility is that I personally lead a lab where we use animals. And I'm almost part of animal liberation group because I'm so fond of animals. So it's extremely important for me to respect the animals that we use, treat them in a beautiful way. That is my responsibility. So they live in enriched environments. We give them names so that we treat them in a good way. And I feel I have the responsibility to take care of the lab, the institute, like a family. To support them, to respect them, and see them. And I think if we all try to encourage good discussions, that is also part of my responsibility, I think.
So, sorry, we'll come back to the building the environment, the supportive environment in the next panel. But this, yes,
wrong answer.
Right answer, because this responsibility to behave ethically at every level is a big one, but very, very well said. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add 2 points to it, this responsibility of the scientists. First, perhaps a more obvious one again, it's the ethical point. Of course, in some fields that's more important than in other fields, but if you work, for instance, on biology having to do with intervention in the DNA, you must have some ethical rules, and you should follow these rules. I remember the book of Aldous Huxley, the
Brave New World.
Yeah, the New World. And so should parents choose the colors of the eyes of the children, or whether they will be athletic? So there are many ethical questions related to that. Same with artificial intelligence, of course. Many ethical questions which are aggravated by the fact that usually those who have more power in some country or in the world can have more power to administrate these new technologies. And that could be dangerous for humanity. So we need these ethical rules. That's the first point. The second point is to use science to break the walls of prejudice, the walls of war. And I have some examples of that. One example was in Brazil, during a time in which there was a military dictatorship in Brazil and another one in Argentina. And there were rumors, which were actually noticed to be true afterwards, that both countries were interested in developing nuclear arms. Okay? There was some secret projects. And the Brazilian Physical Society, together with the Argentinian Physical Society, signed a memorandum saying that no physicist should be involved in those projects. And really, it was a very strong document saying that, people who get involved in that will not be supported by our associations. Okay? And that was the end of it. That was the end of it. So I think that's also the responsibility of scientists. And the second example I would like to give is, I am a member of the World Academy of Sciences, which was founded by Abdul Salam, the same person who founded Trieste, as Serge Haroche mentioned. And TWAS has a very interesting work towards developing countries. And it has a program together with the Inter-Academy Partnership, which is called Science in Exile. In a world in war, that's a very interesting and important responsibility of scientists to help our fellow scientists who are in these countries on war. And in fact, TWAS, IEP, the National Academy of Science in the United States, help these people, help to relocate these people in other places. And I think that's our responsibility too, to go through these walls of prejudice and even be able to talk and do science, which is a universal language, with people on the other side of the wall.
Please.
I have a comment on that. This is so exciting and interesting because especially receiving the Nobel Prize, then people treat me and other Nobel Prize winners as oracles and also people who can push in politics. And that's dangerous because I'm not trained in politics, but I have a good heart. So to find the balance, where should I involve myself and where should I not involve myself? I know I'm a good scientist, and I'm not ashamed to say that, but I'm not a good politician because I have no clue about politics. Still, when people ask, especially now with the war in Ukraine, I was asked, can you please become the ambassador for science and education in Ukraine? And that I said yes, because that is my field. Sure. And of course, when people are in war, then they're desperate for more knowledge and education. Mm-hmm. They need to live their daily lives with support. So, but it's so difficult to find this balance. What is my responsibility? Can I just lock myself in my lab and enjoy life?
Yeah, it's such a complicated question, but what's so good is that the two of you are talking about it now, and that's so important, just to raise the conversation, raise the idea. I would like very much to bring in our young scientist contributors. So if they can join me on stage, we have 3 young scientists. Lucia Del Valle from Chile, Eloisa Patana from Brazil, and Isaac Diaz from Costa Rica. Please. Hi. Thank you very much indeed. Great. So, these are 3 of...
I think it's not.
Sorry. Why don't you start? I can introduce you. Oh, we're working again. We held a lovely project with the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and the Inter-American Network of Academies of Sciences. We held a lovely project during the pandemic when we brought young scientists from all over Latin America and the Caribbean together with laureates virtually. And it's so nice to have 3 of those participants here in person to continue the conversation. The floor is yours. Who wants to go first?
Well, I can start.
Good.
So it's like I said, it's really nice to be here in person. Like when we had the conversation back then in 2021, we had like 1 hour, 1 hour and a half conversations, and to have a longer dialogue here in the Nobel Dialogue, it's a really special opportunity. And we were all like since today early talking about science, and it's really nice to be in this environment where people are discussing it, and also discussing how to get it to people who are not discussing science, right?
Thank you very much indeed. So do you have questions or comments on this question of responsibilities?
Yeah, I think I have one regarding responsibilities, because I believe I heard May-Britt say that it's important to embrace having different people coming, for example, to your lab, and accepting that some people can know more than one about on other topics. I think I would like to know how would you balance between knowing about a lot of topics, to be responsible of a lot of things, that what you were saying just before we got in here, and for example getting someone different, for example from communication, to help, for example, your lab to spread the word about your findings, or something like the balance between my responsibility as a scientist to take care of the diffusion of my findings, for example, but also to be responsible of having some people that really knows and are formed in that field, for example, in the diffusion of science. Or
Thank you. Should I answer already? Thank you for that question. So, and thank you for repeating what I said, that I'm not afraid of, or Edward and I, since we share the lab, Edward Moser, we are not afraid to get people to the lab who know so much more than ourselves in mathematics or computer modeling or in molecular biology or whatever. But we need the general knowledge so that we know that these people don't go wild. Because it's our responsibility that the work that is going out of the lab, that we understand, even though we don't understand all the details, we couldn't make a model, but we understand the value and we can discuss the model and discuss the parameters and all these things. So that's one thing. So we have to learn fast to follow the people in our lab. That's one thing. And the second thing is absolutely communication. So we have a communication department in our institute, and we try to work with them to facilitate the way we can communicate our science, because we live on people's tax money that they pay to the government, and then we have to pay back. And then we need help to enrich the brains of the people who are paying.
Thank you, May-Britt. Isaac, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think that this matter of science communication is even something that we should think about as a public affair responsibility. We're working with money from the states, and we have a responsibility to share that to the society. And I think that maybe this science communication topic is something that people are bored of hearing now. We've talked about that a lot, but I think it should be thinking a different perspective. Science communication we shouldn't be thinking about it in a way that is just limited to sharing certain concepts like the structure of DNA or the scientific method, or even whether vaccines cause autism or not. But we should.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. But we should think about it as how the different cultures and societies explain the world. Understanding the meaning-making factor of scientific communication, we can then tap into how important it is as a tool to tap into the identities and imaginations of the different societies. That way we can get further into what we share, and we can get all those little things we get excited about that could be ridiculous sometimes to the general public, and let them know what we're doing, and let them be a little bit more engaged with what we want to say, what we do, and make them understand that this is not reserved to an elite. Whether it's intellectual or socioeconomic, it concerns them too.
Yep, beautifully said.
Luis, could I just comment on some very, very short thing here? Because I was in Costa Rica doing a conference with Yuri Bushaki about time, and we discussed how do you communicate time? And then we who read from left to right, we think time from left to right, but if you make these comics, you can turn it upside down, and then for people who read from right to left, then it makes sense. And that was such an eye-opener for me. Of course I knew it, but to know the person you communicate with, how that person is thinking and perceiving the word is so important. Sorry, Luis. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And you mentioned something very important, because it's not just the question of communicating what we know for the people, but you mentioned we should listen to the different cultures and the different people who are in a country. Okay? And of course, as you have noticed from today's opening of the conference, Brazil is an amazing place with a diversity of cultures, and many Latin American countries have this wealth as well. So I think, we as scientists should also listen. And what does that mean specifically in Brazil? Well, this is also a theme for the next session on what society can do for science. But anyway, I'll start here because it's related to what you have just said, and very well said, okay? So, I do believe that a big wealth in Brazil is our biodiversity, which, by the way, part of it is being destroyed by other competitions, economic competition, biodiversity. And there are people in Brazil who know a lot about diversity. They know a lot about plants that may have some medical benefit. They know about the forest, how to keep the forest up a lot. These are the indigenous people. Okay? So, we should also listen to them. We should also listen to them. And I should tell you that, I'm very proud of that. When I was president of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, we have a category of members which are called, it's like corresponding members, but we call them collaborators. People who have done lots of things for science, but they are not scientists. And the most recent collaborator of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences is David Kopenhauer, he's a shaman, a chief of the Yanomami tribe. Davi was the name given to him by the missionaries who were there. But when they get to be teenagers, they can choose a name. And he chose Kopenhauer. Why? Because Kopenhauer is the name of a wasp in the region, which is horrible, it's like a warrior, and so he chose his name. And the Brazilian government wanted them to register. So all of them register as a family name, Yanomami. So he's Davi Copenau Yanomami. Now, he wrote a book. His book is translated into French and English and Portuguese, of course. And the title of the book is The Fall of the Sky. He talked about this book in Harvard with an interpreter and also in the British Parliament. Okay? And this book is about their myths. And one of their myths is that, if the taller trees in the forest fall or are cut, the sky falls on the earth. And when the sky falls on the earth, the water in the rivers goes to the center of the earth, so everything dries out. We talk nowadays about climate change. They were talking about that 1,000 years ago. Okay? So, I just want to make this comment because, that's it. We should convey what we know, and we know science, but beyond science, there is knowledge. Knowledge is different from science, and we should listen to the knowledge, because the knowledge could be the input for new science. For instance, for the science of biodiversity.
Thank you. Please, Aloysia.
And I also think that we can get this knowledge from people who know more about us, who are not in science, and we can also make science more accessible so that some of these people can become scientists and help create scientists and transform this knowledge and continuing research. And I think this talks a bit, it touches a bit on the topic of diversity that we talked in the morning in other panels. And it's a really important topic to me. And I wanted to discuss a bit as well about diversity, because like we talked in the morning, it's everyone's responsibility to promote and look for and seek diversity and seek these different inputs to create science, to make science even more inclusive, diverse, and better. And how can scientists, because I believe scientists can also do that, help this as well. Because if each person of us can do a bit to make science more inclusive, then what can scientists do? What can we do in our jobs that includes more people, that is more sensitive to someone's needs, whether they are from different racial or economic or other kinds of backgrounds, and how can we include those people so that they can come into this research, and we can then also make science have more kinds of inputs to be able to move forward and create progress.
It's a question for everybody in the audience, but it's May-Britt, do you want to have a quick?
So I almost felt like sending the question back. But it's extremely important, but so difficult. But it's also about respect for questions. So I think if you start with children, all children that I know about at least, and I think it's in general, are curious. Yeah. And with curiosity, there are questions. And then we adults, when we are approached with questions, we get nervous. And then when we get nervous, we don't have an answer. And if you don't have an answer, either you are honest and say, oh, I have no clue, but we can go together and check, we can discuss, and maybe we can find a good answer that is okay. Or we can become arrogant. Why do you ask such a stupid question? And you know, when children are met with arrogance from adults who are afraid to show that they don't know the answer, that is killing curiosity. And we need people to be curious, because if we allow people to be curious and to ask questions and explore the questions together with people, then I think maybe that can help to include more people, and especially to work with the young ones. I don't know if that was a good answer.
I don't think there is a right and wrong answer. I think there's only efforts that we all can do.
Exactly.
But just taking that point about the difficulty of answering questions from children and changing children to politicians. You two are in the position of power in that you both speak to politicians, they seek your advice. And they, of course, want clear answers when often the clear answers are not available. So where does the responsibility of scientists lie when you're talking to people who are desperately seeking answers like politicians? How do you address that? Very briefly, because Louise?
Okay, so I don't know if you would like to start because you told me a story, but I can do it fast.
Okay.
So I was very lucky a week ago. Then the Norwegian Academy invited the Prime Minister, the Science Minister, and somebody else. And Edward and I, we were allowed to sit like this. The Prime Minister was sitting there with his crew and writing when we were answering questions. And it felt really good, because then we could have a good discussion, and they were listening. And then afterwards, we had a dinner where they said no journalists will report. And then we had an even better discussion. What do scientists or science need in Norway? So it was a good fun, but I know you have both good and bad experience with politics.
True.
Sure.
Well, you know, I was president of the Brazilian Academy of Science for 2 mandates. And I was very happy that I was succeeded by Helena Nader, the first woman president of the Brazilian Academy of Science since the foundation of the Academy, 170 or 108 years ago. Now, I would say that while president of the Brazilian Academy, especially in the last period, I had one crisis a day, at least. Okay? And we had to tell people that they should take the vaccine against COVID. You know, things that I never imagined that I would be saying that was important. You know, I just saw the other day, there was a research in the United States, and I think that's even more true in other countries. You know, the percentage of people in the United States who believe 3 things: that the Earth is flat, that the moon landing was fake, and that vaccines inject microchips in your body.
Nanotechnology.
10% of the people believe that. Okay, 10% of 300 millions. Well, you make the calculation. Okay, so how do you fight against that? And I think it's our responsibility to do that, to clarify the people about what science says about it, but it's very difficult to do it. And what I learned as president of Brazilian Academy of Sciences, that you don't need just bright biologists or physicists. You need social science for that. You need psychology for that.
You need to calm people
down.
And
but you need also to understand why they are doing that, why they are aggregating around these questions. So that's a very important mission for science to understand, social science.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. We have limited time. I really want to get just a very few comments from the audience. Is there anything burning that you need to say before we move on? You're allowed to, but it has to be very short.
I was wondering, because yesterday with Eloise, we were talking about how this curiosity that you can see really clearly in children, it's like dying with the years, you know? You start really curious about the world because you don't know nothing about the world and you really want to explore and everything, and that seems to shut down as the years go by, and we wanted to know, like, how, why, and how can we prevent that from happening?
That's a question for the neuroscientist, May-Britt. Have you solved that yet?
Yeah, no, as I said, first of all, the children have to feel safe, because if they're not safe, they are afraid and they're not calm, and if you are not calm, it's very difficult to learn. Then, as I said, to respect all the questions. So I wanted to comment on that. We made sort of a joke of people who believe that and that. I'm sorry I'm saying it like this. And even though we don't believe that the Earth is flat and so on, that's fine that some people believe it, but then we should try to respect and understand where does it come from that they believe that the Earth is flat. And if we understand that, maybe there is a chance to increase curiosity. Why do you believe that it's round? And then we can have discussion. And the scary thing now is that since we are fed with information that suits our views, I'm never, or almost never, exposed to flat Earth. But if we are exposed to flat Earth more and more and more, so it's so polarized, and we need to talk across these borders, I think. But how to do that, I have no clue.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we've talked about a lot, but there are a lot of other things to talk about under responsibilities. Please, I'd just love to have people make quick comments or questions, just maybe introducing us to some responsibilities we haven't thought about yet. Go ahead, please, quickly. In English or Portuguese. If it's Portuguese, we'll have to have it translated. Yes, please.
Boa tarde, eu sou Isabel. Eu moro em São Paulo, aqui no Brasil. E eu não sou professora nas universidades e nem pesquisadora, mas eu dou aulas no meu curso de neuroeducação perceptiva para estudantes e professores de pessoas de todas as idades, mas os que mais vêm me buscar, vêm buscar as minhas aulas, são as pessoas neurodivergentes, superdotadas, e as pessoas com condições neurológicas diversas, em busca de uma melhoria de aprendizagem. E o que eu gostaria de perguntar para a May, como que ela lida com essa questão, se no laboratório, na área dela, ela tem pessoas neurodivergentes, como que ela lida em relação a essas diferenças dessas pessoas em relação à aprendizagem, à pesquisa.
I have to stop you. We have to be really short. Has the point been made yet? I'm sorry to be so stupid not to understand.
Can I translate?
Yes, please.
Yes. So I'm going to summarize a bit. She's asking about neurodivergency, and if in the lab we have neurodivergent people, and how can we include those people as well. I think that's a bit of the question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's good because we haven't got much time.
So.
Yeah. How can we include neurodivergent people? Again, you're the psychologist, May-Britt. Can you?
Say the question.
Neurodivergent people. How do we be more inclusive of neurodivergent people?
So just to include all kinds of people, or yeah?
Those who are particularly neurodivergent.
Yeah, particular people who have different, they have special needs.
Or disabilities, you mean?
Yeah, but not necessarily.
Okay, sorry.
Depends on how we view it.
So she deals with people like that.
Okay. No, so, I had a very eye-opening experience when I was teaching psychology students, and I typically would stand there and point and say, look here, look here, look here, and then there was a student in the class and say, I don't see. Can you please explain? And then I was so ashamed that I didn't understand, but then she taught me that I should think about that not everybody can see what I can see, but still I can tell what I see to her and to others. So I agree that we just have to be more aware of how, like you said also, how other people are thinking so that we can communicate in a good way.
Thank you very much indeed. Please, yes. In English or Portuguese?
English.
Thank you.
My name is Mauricio. I'm social science from Rio de Janeiro, and I'm very difficult question. Bioethics.
Bioethics.
About ER plus chip in the brain. You understand? No. A bioética em relação a
artificial intelligence,
chip no cérebro,
and
microchips in the brain and
Thank you. Sorry.
the ethics around that.
The ethics around enhancement of humans, broadly. The responsibilities of scientists regarding experiments that are hypothetical at the moment, but will become reality. Very briefly, Louise
Yeah, so it's a brilliant question, and I think, like you said, we have the responsibility to be ethical, and if, like hearing implants, if we can help people to hear who didn't hear, that's important. And if you put a chip in the hippocampus, it doesn't help. You might be able to load new memories, but you can't load the old memories. So do what could help people, but don't do what would make it worse.
Luis.
Yeah, you know, this goes beyond that. We are worried about chips in the brain. Now, technology, biology now has the possibility of intervening into the DNA of people. That's curing diseases that are considered not curable a while ago, like, for instance, sickle cell anemia, okay? Some kinds of children's lack of vision, for instance, okay? And that's great. But, you know, as this evolves, these questions will come up. Up to what point should we go to change the present human species, which, by the way, was selected along a long history. So.
And what's the very briefly, what's the best way of answering that question? How far should we go? Who should answer the question?
I think the best way is, you know, we have an example of that. The people who discovered this DNA intervention, the so-called CRISPR technology, they have held many conferences worldwide on ethics. And I think that should be discussed, not just among scientists, but scientists and other people in the society. And that's a discussion one must have. That's new. There's something new that's happening. And we are not going to solve that without discussion involving many people. Not, you know, from top down, but from down to top.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to let you all three of you come in again very briefly at the end. Last comments. So, yep.
Gabriel Coimbra from Vale do Rio Doce University, and I'm a medicine doctor and not a PhD doctor yet, but I will be there one day. So I'm also a volunteer on headquarters Brazilian Society, and I would like to know what's about the importance of volunteer work as science.
Thank you.
As human beings, not just as science.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Scientists as human beings. The importance of volunteering, doing stuff other than being the expert in the science. In a way, you're needed for your science. Do you have time? Do scientists have time to be human?
No, but so I think it's important that people do what they're good at. So that is what I said yes to be the ambassador for science and education in Ukraine, because that I can do. But to go in the field and repair wounds like a doctor, like you can do, I can't. So then that is not the way for me to do that. But of course, there's a limit. So I need to put the forces into what I'm good at. And then also at voluntary work, giving lectures, for example.
Thank you. I might jump on to the next question. Guy in white, and when you finish, could you give it to the lady in green behind you? Go, please. Oh. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Victor. I'm a medical student here at this university and a researcher here as well. I have two questions. The first one is, what do you think are the biggest medical science challenges today? And the second one is, what advice would you give to your younger selves regarding responsibility?
I think I might. The first one is so big. Could you pass it to the green lady in green behind you? Sorry.
Thank you.
The first one is so big. Maybe we will have time for that later in different panels. What advice would you give to yourself regarding responsibility of scientists? That's a very challenging question.
It is, yes.
Okay, very brief, Louise, and then May-Britt. What advice would you give to yourself?
Well, you know, I don't know, I'm not sure I understood the question. Could you repeat it?
What advice would you give to yourself regarding the responsibilities of scientists? I suppose, what do you wish you'd done different? Or
Right, well-
do different?
Oh, as a young one.
No, it can be now. Anytime.
now.
Anytime. What advice?
To anybody?
No, to yourself.
Oh, to my. Okay, that's a very good question. Very good question.
It's a very good question.
Well, I think, it's a difficult situation for the employee of time, I would say, but I have done this. I have some experience in that, and what I will tell myself is that I should continue to do that. In other words, should try to do good science, be in the lab. I mean, I'm a theoretical physicist, so my lab is the computer, eventually notebook, because that's part of me. And at the same time, do volunteer work, like it was mentioned, not necessarily in the forest, but in the cities, in the country, in support for science. And I think I should continue to do that.
Thank you. May-Britt, very briefly.
I would like to hear from the three instead.
Okay, good. That's the question for you that we're going to finish on. I'm just going to hear from this lady in green.
Yeah.
Please.
I would like to know, especially to David, how can we, as students and the university, can support the diverse people that are in science?
How can we support
the people like all genders and races and all classes? How can they stay in science?
The question is, yeah, it's one that keeps coming up throughout the day. How do universities nurture the most diverse possible group of people? And could we have a 10-second answer?
Well, look at basic education. Start with basic education. Okay? That's the main problem in Brazil right now. That's it.
Start there. That's a good point. Okay, you three. You end with you've got like 15 seconds each. What advice would you give to yourself regarding responsibility? Having listened to this and having thought about it?
I think I have an idea, and in just one word, I think it's curiosity. To keep being curious is what I would do. Advise myself to stay curious.
Don't forget, we go all around the world talking to young people with Nobel laureates, and I often feel that the main task we have is to remind young scientists why they got into science in the first place, not to become too bogged down in their career and their publication, blah, blah, but just, so I think I agree. Eloisa.
I am very worried about making the places that we do science in inclusive to all people, so that all people can feel represented, but also that they can feel well when they are doing science. Like when you are working in a lab, you want that to be a safe environment, like May-Britt was saying, in schools. And we may think about schools, I think it's, like I said, the basic education is such a big problem, and we have to create a safe environment for kids. But also for adults who are in science, we have to make a safe environment for that, like the question that we had about neurodivergency. We have to make a safe space for autistic people, for ADHD people, for OCD people, for gifted people, and a lot of other differences that we have among the population. And my main concern is that we are falling short on that, and we have to work better to improve the way we deal with those things.
Thank you very much indeed. Isaac Glasswood.
I think that my advice to everyone and to my younger self is probably following what May said earlier. It is leaving arrogance behind. We need to understand that we don't know anything, and probably we can learn more from the people on the street than from people we can find here. We don't know anything. We have to be humble and understand that there are different kinds of knowledge, and that openness to hearing people can make us better professionals and humans.
Thank you very much indeed. I love the idea that you have to give advice to your younger self. You seem pretty young to me already.
I feel old, but probably most people wouldn't agree. You've
obviously got life sorted out more than I have. I'm still needing to give myself advice all the time. Anyway, I wish we could continue. We've gone over time, which is not good for me especially. So we need to stop and get ready for the next panel. But thank you all very much indeed. And thank you, audience. And I'm sorry we didn't have time for more questions. again here in 10 minutes' time. So you can stay put. You've got the good seats already. And the others are going to join. So just, 10 minutes of chilling. Thank you. Thank you.
2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the afternoon session, and it's lovely to have you all together again. Hope you enjoyed the parallel discussions, and during those parallel discussions you will all have met 3 young scientists who are part of a body of 39 young scientists who Helena Nada mentioned this morning, who took part in some virtual events we ran during the pandemic when we brought students from all over Latin America and the Caribbean together online to meet Nobel laureates. And 39 of them are here, and I would like them to say hello. So please shout hello, students from all over Latin America. Hello. Thank you for taking the trouble to join us. Appropriately enough, after hearing a lovely orchestra playing together, the next session is on working together. And we're going to hold one panel looking at the optimal research environment in a kind of local way. And then the next panel will look at collaboration across disciplines and across sectors. But for that first conversation, I'm delighted to welcome back on stage May-Britt and Gulnar Azevedo, and also to introduce Leticia Palhares, who's a professor of physics here at UERJ. Please. Gulnar, do you want to come here? Leticia in the middle. Thank you. So, this is about how to create the ideal environment. And we have a nice progression in a way, because Leticia, you're a theoretical physicist.
Yes.
And so you're interested in creating a local environment, perhaps within what you might call a lab, as Luis called it, his computer, but more, and your colleagues. And then May-Britt, you of course have a lab and also an institute. And then Gulnar, you have not only a lab and an institute, but a whole university to look after. So there's a sort of progression of size. And let's start with something you already mentioned in the last session, May-Britt, the need to nurture a local environment that is sort of kind and concerned and human, if you like. Would you like to say just a tiny bit more about that? And then I'll...
So thank you for asking that, Adam, because it's extremely important for me, but it's also extremely difficult. Because sometimes it's difficult to calm people down, but it's all about calming people down and that people feel safe. And typically, we talked about questions earlier, and then we as humans, we sometimes feel it's okay to laugh at other people. And I don't think we should do that to put people down. You can laugh at me because I love to laugh with you, but don't laugh at people so that they feel bad. And that is something that we try to practice with us too, that if people have a question and it's difficult to understand, then sometimes people, like teenagers, what a question. But then it's so much more important to try to think about what is this question. All questions are almost a Holy Spirit, because we just need to be curious about what is this person thinking about asking this question, rather than laugh and say, what a stupid question.
And that's very true, but often one thinks of a lab as being a competitive place where, it's very high energy, people are striving, and the idea of calm doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with that.
No, exactly. And I'm so pleased when I experience in our lab meetings, for example, that people are so curious that they can't stop themselves from asking constructive questions to the person who's presenting. then I'm so proud. Because then I know we have a good environment. And then when people experience this, then they see that it's good not only for the presenter and for the project, but it's good for the whole lab. And then we just go through this process over and over again as a learning procedure. And it works.
Thank you. Letitia, do you want to talk about what it takes to build a productive local environment, how you handle people?
Yeah, well, productive maybe is a key word, but it's also at the core of the problems, right? So we live in a world that productivity is essential in many evaluations. And I think that one key aspect of an optimal research environment is one in which you respect the person that the scientist is, or the student, everybody in there. And if you ask ever more, that this person should be doing more and more, like more research, more publications, more in quantity, really. At some point, you reach a level in which you're asking too much from this person, and you cannot forget the scientist is a person, has a family, has a life, and a lot of responsibilities, bureaucracy, and so on. So I think an optimal research environment, in the end, should be one that respects the fact that you have a limited amount of time to work, you have other aspects of your life, and so on. And in that sense, I think we should ask for a productivity that is more of quality and less of quantity. I think if we go in this direction to have more quality work instead of quantity, and the evaluations should be like that, like asking for more quality instead of quantity, I think we reach many points that will create a better environment for a researcher to work on.
It's very true, but for most of us, you have to go through quite a lot of quantity to get any quality out at the end. It's kind of difficult to, to just be quality. I mean, it's a difficult thing. And when we talk to laureates, I don't know what you'd say, May-Britt, but there's often been a period of their life where they've worked so terribly hard. How do you square that with the...
Yeah, working hard doesn't mean that you are producing a lot of papers at the same time. You have a lot of examples historically that people who have worked hard for years to get one very, very important result for humanity. So, yeah, I think it's about hard work all the time, but not necessarily asking for a paper every 3 months and so on.
No. And is that the sort of pressure that you feel that there is?
Yeah, well, me and my colleagues, so I think we are all in the same boat where productivity numbers are being asked for all the time, and sometimes you don't have the time to invest in a very nice project that you really needed to sit down and invest for many months. And
Gula, please.
I do agree with Leticia. We are losing quality if we don't ask for more quality in our work. So I think that quantitative papers and the numbers are not so important as would be think what can be something that can transform the reality and can do something else and not the same. And I do agree with Leticia. And for all the time, we should never forget that our commitment is with diversity and democracy. Having this, we would have a very good quality, and our work, our research would be very large and would embrace more people.
They're wonderful sentiments, and I mean, everyone would agree, but for instance, you are rector of the university, you're making a lot of appointments, and presumably you're using the same metrics that everybody else is using, choosing ambitious, fast-moving people who are productive. How do you do it?
For sure, I'm losing it, but I don't mind with that. Huh? There's no problem for me because I want to do something that can change the universe, can get more people coming to the universe. I think that we can have more policies and actions and strategies that could claim for better work, but claim for investments in public university. So I'm not afraid of losing papers or numbers and metrics.
Please.
No, just a tiny comment. So I agree about this work-life balance, and of course scientists also have the science as a hobby. But in addition, what we try to do in our lab, I know that is difficult when it's theoretical work that you do, but what we try to do in our lab, especially for both for PhD students and postdocs, that people work together so that the workload is less, but quality is extremely high. And that helps at least, because then you know that the few papers that you do in your PhD, they are really high quality. At least that is the aim. And then you know you can do that because there's a good group of people working together, and then it's possible. Because for one person to do enough papers and enough or good enough quality is extremely difficult. But my supervisor, he said to us, if you have one good quality paper every 5th year, then you should be proud of yourself. And I think that was such a good advice, because when I started in science, people counted, and they counted, and they counted. And then Edward and I, working together, we listened to our supervisor and said, we go for quality. We want to change the world. We want to tidy the field. We want to understand. That is why we do science. And somehow we were extremely lucky that we survived. Because it might be challenging, but...
There are certain words that are coming up during the day that I think are very important. One was empathy. This word you're using, calm, I'd like to investigate it a bit more, because it could apply to any work environment. How do you create a calm environment? So above and beyond the idea of questions and papers that you're publishing, how does calm apply? Let's start. How do you deal with calm in the university setting?
I think that we have a very good experience, and I agree with May-Britt that we should work together. And in Brazil, we had a very, very important experience in my field, the public health, concerning microcephaly and Zika virus.
Mm-hmm.
So many people from different places, different labs, different research groups, different states in Brazil started working together just to know what was happening, because the number of cases of microcephaly were starting in an amount that was never seen before. And then it was possible with this network, very large network, interdisciplinary, but also with engaging different people from different institutions. And it was possible to prove that the association was Zika virus and microcephaly. Mm-hmm. And after that, we had the COVID pandemics. And in this period, the same group, but including more and more people, it was possible to show to the government of the Brazilian government that they were completely wrong, because they tried to not emphasize the science, also the vaccines, and all these people working together with science and social movements was possible to do something different. And the numbers of deaths, unfortunately, Brazil had a very, very large number of deaths, but this number was not so high as we did not have this work together, which we called Frente pela Vida, including scientists, movements, entities, universities, and I can see here some colleagues that were working together in Frente pela Vida. So it was a very, very, I would say, recent, but example that working together is possible to having better conditions of life, conditions of health.
A model of how the public health sector should work as a network. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
So if I may add about collaboration, I believe it's one path to get more quality and more important work, because I think when you're collaborating with different people, everybody's pushing themselves to go further, right? So it's much better to look for interesting collaborations. Challenging collaborations are always a very nice thing to make the work go a step further. So I think that's certainly one way to go further in quality and less in quantity, maybe. So I think the point is that it's not that we should not look at metrics in the end. I think metrics are important, but they should not be the only guidance to how you judge people. So otherwise, we'll just lose much of the quality, in my opinion. And we will also have a lot of scientists being burned out, as we are already seeing, and so on. And this goes against the calm, right?
Exactly.
If you have a calm environment, you don't have a lot of stressed people that are burned out. So I think that's...
I suppose I was thinking
Can I just say something?
Please.
Because if people are stressed, as I say, science is about being creative. And if you are angry, afraid, if you are having all these negative emotions, your focus is being narrow, and you don't see open doors, you don't see new solutions, and you can't be creative. So it's the responsibility for leaders to calm their people down, I think. And then you asked, what can you do? And of course, there are so many things you can do. But I think here in Brazil, for example, and I've traveled even as a student here in South America, you are not afraid to touch each other. So when I do like this with you, do you calm down a bit more when I do that? And I'm sorry, or I'm interested in you. So such things, which for Scandinavians and so on, ooh. But it's so important. And also...
It's interesting that the Scandinavian on the panel is the one doing the touching, and the Brazilians are not touching anybody.
and there's another thing. Because if you think about yourself sitting here, maybe you are very tired and listening to all these people talking and so on, and you can measure by yourself how calm do you feel. And there are several techniques that we talked about that you can even just count to 1, 2, 3, and so on. And you feel, you get... And also, if the environment is joyful, if you can laugh. You saw me dancing out behind here, just because it's fun. So if we have more fun, we relax more. It doesn't mean that we don't take our science serious, because we have to do that. We have to be really, really honest and serious with science. But we can still be human beings. And if we are human beings and have fun, at least I relax.
Exactly. It's because, I mean, this whole day is devoted to thinking how we can get the best out of science for society. But the question we can also ask is, how can we get the best out of scientists, out of ourselves?
Exactly. How to get the best out of talents.
Yeah. So, in the tiny little bit of time we have left, what single piece of advice would you give to yourself or your environment to get the best out of things? Well, how would you change it to get more out of your people, out of yourself? Or we could just be silent and calm.
I think empathy, again, is a good word. And maybe something that is a bit fashionable right now. It's try to be careful not to only do urgent things all the time. So take care of the important things from time to time. So reserve some time for the important, not only the urgent, because there's too much.
I would say that alone you can do anything, but together with many people you can do many things. So I would emphasize the importance of collective work.
That's a very good...
Working together.
Thank you. It's a very good introduction to the next panel. That's perfect. Thank you. May-Britt, I guess the last word comes to you again.
What I would do different? Or?
Well, what do you think? I mean, you've already said so much, beautiful things about creating the right environment, but Yeah, what do you think is the most important thing to hold on to when you go to your institute, when you go to your lab? What do you think is the key to getting the best out of your people?
So, as we all have talked about today, and I think we share, we should respect each other and see each other. And if we can be curious, we learn so much. And I don't know, maybe?
That was perfect. Lovely. And in the last 10 seconds, why don't you count us down? 10, 9, 8, 7. Just make everyone calm.
Sorry?
I thought you should just... I thought we should follow your counting and be calm. You should count to 10, and we should all calm down.
That would be fantastic. So if you first measure where your breathing is it up here or is it down here? And then we start like this, and then we count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Does it feel good?
Thank you so very much. Lovely. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, as Gulnar said, now we move on to working together, collaboration. This panel will be moderated by Erica Lanner, who you've met already, and on it she will have David McMillan and a new face for you, Antonio Fidalio, who is the chief researcher at Senai, and I have to look, Anderson Britta again, who you met in the very first panel. Welcome them all, please.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you, May-Britt, for giving us these very valuable breaths before we enter stage here. So the theme of this panel is the power of collaboration. So we will talk about collaboration cross sectors, cross disciplines, take the larger perspectives, but also come down to the very questions about well-functioning teams. Which you touched upon a bit in the previous panel. Because of the challenges that humanity faces today, I think we're all quite convinced that not a single one will be solved through a solo run. We will need collaboration. We always have needed it, and it will be one of the most important factors for us to actually be able to work towards the future that we like. So I'll start by introducing this lovely panel that we have on stage by addressing each one of you. And I'll start with you, David. And to introduce you, I'd like to move over to Stockholm, Sweden for a second, because what happens in December each year when the Nobel Prize laureates come to Stockholm to receive their prize is that they also visit the Nobel Prize Museum, and very often, if we're lucky, donate objects to us. And these objects is part of our collection. We exhibit them because they carry the stories of the Nobel Prize laureates. These can be personal objects or objects that have been a tool in somebody's work, and we think that they are like little portals into outer space or into our bodies or to other places of the world or other times. And one of the objects, because you donated 3 objects to us, David, one of them are currently at display in our permanent exhibition. And I think it tells a really beautiful story about a good team. And as May-Britt just mentioned in the previous talk, a good team is where you feel safe. So, David, can you tell us who is NABO?
So, who is NABO? So NABO, if you visit the Nobel Museum in Stockholm, You'll see one of the things I donated is it's basically a gas cylinder cap with a face painted on it, and it's very, very ugly. It's the ugliest thing you have ever seen. And the reason I donated it was because in my group, we sort of have this idea that we take our science seriously, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. We want to have fun. We want to enjoy ourselves. And one way that my group does this is over 20 years, when my group would take a photograph of me in it, and I'd be looking very serious, they would sneak in this ugly head thing at the last moment. And every time I'd show a photograph, it would show up in my talk with this ugly face in it, which always made me really upset. It drove me crazy. And even when I gave my Nobel lecture, they snuck in this ugly face into my Nobel lecture. So at the end of the day, I donated it to the Nobel Museum because, number one, it was my best way of getting rid of it to make sure it would never show up again. But number two, it was a reflection of my group. And, you know, I won the Nobel Prize, but it was my group that won the Nobel Prize. And it was all the work that they did. And it was the spirit and the way that we interacted with each other and the fun that we had interacting over all those years and the comfort to be able to do things like that is one of the things I'm most proud of, actually. So thank you, Erica, for giving me the chance to talk about that.
You should be proud. No, it tells this really beautiful story about, the importance of a sense of humor, because it helps. I suppose that the team's been very successful, but a sense of humor helps in when you have setbacks as well, I would assume.
Yeah.
Thank you. And from there, I'd like to turn to you, Anderson. And I'd like to point to something that I think has been very specific to the last few years in your work, which was during the pandemic, when your skill set came to be really, really useful. You've been working, you're a virologist, you've been working with understanding infectious disease, how it spreads and how it emerges, and when the pandemic hit, you went from a normal research situation, work situation, to a situation where you were a lot in the media. You started communicating and interacting with the general public in an entirely new way, I imagine. And you gave more than 100 interviews, became one of the most consulted specialists in Brazil during the pandemic. And you also started using your social media very much to both get the information out there, but also combat misinformation. So, can you say something about how did this change your view on the importance of communication, interacting with the public in scientific work?
Yeah, definitely. I started this, let's say, endeavor, like prior to the first cases of the COVID-19 started to spread outside China. So it was actually in January 2020 when I gathered together with other researchers from Latin America to basically translate any good information that we could find about COVID, which at that time was called nCoV-19. So it has a very weird name, like novel coronavirus. And at that point, we decided to join forces. So it was a very collaborative work. It involved a medical doctor, an epidemiologist, another virologist, a molecular biologist, to learn all the basics about this new disease that was starting to spread all over the place, and to somehow try to move faster with this information, because we knew that at some point misinformation would run even faster, and we would have to be able to somehow help tackle that, even though this is almost impossible. But because of this initial work that I started to do, as you said, on social media, I realized that I started to be contacted by the traditional media
to explain that specific concept. For example, variants. What are variants? Now we have a new variant. What is that? And this question was coming up all the time because it was basically a permanent doubt from the public. Then came vaccines, also lots of doubts about that, and fake news also running around, making our task really, really difficult. But at some point I realized, even though that was a job that I was doing that was taking a lot of my time because I had to stop my research to do science communication, at some point I realized that was something that I needed to do because I was somehow in the front line of data analysis. So I had information that could ease the anxiety of some people, especially in Brazil. And since then, I have been doing that. Right now, I have not been doing that a lot because, like, luckily, the situation are now more under control. But as soon as we are facing new threats, I am really happy to jump in again.
So you really put your own research to side for a bit there and focused on communication and since then you've been balancing back and forth. That's really interesting. Also considered what you just said in your talk before, that scientists are really measured and or assessed from a lot of things, but not really from science communication. So it's really a great responsibility of yours to take, I think. Antonio, your practice is entirely defined by collaboration. You're leading a research team where you have very different fields of knowledge and design and execution of applied research represented, and you work for a lot of applied research projects for the industry. And I think it's interesting how you're also reflected about something that we think about a lot in our system, which is the combination of categories within the Nobel Prize, how we, how the wholeness of these categories is really more than their parts, I think. So could you say something about how you reflected on the intersectionality of these categories?
Yes, thank you, Erika. As a social species, we need to collaborate. Maybe it's quite easy for the bees, but should be for us also. And we need to collaborate. As Anderson said, it's not a so easy task. And the fake news is a negative way to collaboration, information with negative aspects. And when we face into a recent challenge like climate change or even pandemic, we need collaborate. We need diversity. We need people with different backgrounds, different scientific formation. If no, we can't reach solution, in my case, for the industrial, for innovation, and we need collaborate.
Thank you. And I mean, the aspect of communication is really an important part, I think, of communication. The aspect of communication is really important part of collaboration. I mean, collaboration is to an extent communication, I think. So I'd like to just linger for a moment on this communication aspect that you spoke a lot about, Anderson. And I think it'd be interesting to hear from you, David, because you went from in a situation where you were you suddenly communicated a lot more with the public and interacting a lot more. And I would assume, David, that something similar happened to you when you became a Nobel Prize laureate. All of a sudden, everyone wants you on panels like this. They want to interview you and all kinds of things. What has your experience been of all of us of that kind of change?
Yeah, it's incredible. I remember the day before I won the Nobel Prize, I tried to have a Zoom call with some friends, and no one wanted to Zoom. No one was interested. And the next morning, I had to talk to the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal, and the BBC, and I'd never had any media training whatsoever. And it's just the most remarkable moment when you have to suddenly start trying to think about the way that the people want to hear what you're saying. So the communication part is really important. But for the collaboration part, the one other part I would point to and why collaboration is important is one where I think this is important for Brazil, it's important for the US, it's important for Europe, but science and industry, and academia and industry has to collaborate. But sometimes the communication of being able to know, for example, working on fundamental science while still having an impact on industry, there are ways to do it, but it's almost impossible to do that without talking to people on the other side of that fence. And I think that's something, in talking to people in Brazil, would be incredibly important to increase that dialogue between academia and industry. It's very, very important in other places, but it's still not enough. And I think it's one of the greatest opportunities for societies to increase that collaboration between these two very important entities.
Yeah, and I think that's right, and I think that's really in focus of all of us today's theme, something that we should really take away from the entire day. And I'd like to just have you speak shortly about, because I think you can learn a lot about what a good collaboration is and what makes it work well if you address the times that it hasn't worked well, the bad collaboration. Anderson, have you had an experience ever of a bad collaboration that didn't at all turn out the way you would have wished?
Yeah, definitely. During the pandemic, I had to join many consortiums that were promising to do very impactful work with very regular outcomes. Like every 2 months, we would supposedly have a paper coming out with new discoveries about COVID. But what ended up happening was I stayed in such collaboration which was not very well coordinated. It was also a project with not very clear objectives, scopes, which made my life really, really terrible for more than 2 years. So I had to dedicate time to such projects. At the beginning, I thought, well, I would get lots of nature and science papers out of it. In the end, I could say I got nothing out of that, mostly frustration, because I was expecting something big to come up, and nothing happened. So to some extent, I think that was due to poor leadership as well, because we had many, many leaders, and there were no single one that was the head, kind of overlooking everything. So we had many people giving orders, but with no coordination. I also see very poor allocation of, let's say, talents to specific tasks. It was a little bit scrambled. And I think these aspects that I mentioned was what defined the not so successful outcome of this specific project.
That is super interesting. We've heard earlier today that being a scientist is being an adventurer without a boss. But what I hear you saying is that a framework can be useful to really foster a successful collaboration, that can really be necessary for it to be well-functioning. Interesting. Antonio, do you have an experience of bad collaboration?
Collaborate, it's a hard task. It's I use word of you, Dave, when you said about the collaboration between academy and industry, and I would like to add a society in this third pillar, but with considering a power of the market that is a society. And is a kind of unconscious collaboration between industry, academy, and the market, our society. And the sustainability issues and our future depends of our society and our market. It's a conscious, educated, well-educated market. It's a very interesting point of view, and we need to reflect these 3 pillars: market, industry, and academia.
Yeah, it can come in the way of good collaboration otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. What about you, David? Any experience of bad collaboration?
It was funny, Erica told us these questions just before we walked out on the stage, and I was thinking about bad collaborations, and I've had bad collaborations, but I realized in all cases the problem was usually me. It was the problem. I'm not the world's best collaborator, I have to say, and it's because it's usually the trickiest part in a collaboration, I find, is matching the styles of the people who are collaborating. If one person wants to send you 15 emails a day and the other person only wants to respond once a week, that's usually me. That's not usually going to work. And I've found actually the best collaborations happen when you really get to know the people you're collaborating with really well, like personally as friends almost, because you start to understand where they're coming from and how they think and how they operate. And if you can do that, I've had some amazing collaborations with some of my closest friends, even though scientifically we're at the opposite ends of the spectrum. But because we're friends, we can have a beer, we can have conversations, and we all know in science that's often where some great ideas come from, is sitting around just socializing and talking to each other. It really is that important.
That's beautiful, and I really think it speaks to what we've touched upon before, that psychological safety really has been proven to lead to fruitful collaborations, and I think that's an important aspect. So we should end on a good note. So I'd like to ask you as well, Anderson, any examples of a really good collaboration, and what do you think made it work so well? David pointed to a couple of things here.
Yeah, definitely. I guess over the past years, especially during the pandemic, the projects that I felt that I was really productive were those that started with a plan, a very effective plan. Like, we want to answer this couple of questions here. We are going to use these methods, and some of those methods were not within the realm of the disciplines that were under the domain of my group. So we had to contact collaborators, which were also good friends. I think that made the work so much easier, because I had to concentrate only on aspects that I really know. And the other aspects that were really interesting, but I had no idea about them, I left them to be done by people that are really good, not me. The project leader was the one that selected these other collaborators. And then in the end, in a matter of a few months, we had a very impactful paper coming out. It was super easy for me, it was super easy for the other collaborators, and then we finished the work within the timeline that was set during the planning of the project. So science has this aspect about improvisation, which is amazing, but I guess we should not improvise in every step of the science project. Improvisation has its space, but it should not be all over the place, right?
A clear common goal makes it more likely to reach that point. Thank you. And finally, you, Antonio, any examples you'd like to share with us?
I agree that communication is essential for the collaboration, but the general commitment is also special, because all the team and all the people involved are big commitment, and we have the common objectives for this project or the tasks. I believe that the commitment of all people involved is very important to collaborate, to a very good example of collaboration.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think we are ready to take away from this panel that collaboration is key. It's key to everything. And you have to have an open mind and accept that people that with completely different skill sets than your own can really contribute to where you're going. And that sometimes it requires clear boundaries. Clear boundaries help. But what definitely helps is always a good sense of humor. Thank you very much for this lovely talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another example of a good collaboration, I think, is the lovely collaboration with the technical team who've set all this up. It looks so beautiful. I think a round of applause for them is... And I'm not going to make you applaud yourselves, but another collaboration is the collaboration between the participants and the audience, and without you, this wouldn't be anything, so thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. For the last long panel of the afternoon, we're going to ask a question which basically, I suppose, has underpinned the whole day. What does science need from society, and what does society need from science? That encompasses everything. To handle that, we have as moderator Anna D'Adio, who you've already met, and then our panelists will be Serja Roche and Luis Davidovich. Luis Davidovich, who some of you met at lunchtime, the former president of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences. Hello. And please, Isabella Teixeira, former Brazilian Minister of the Environment and co-chair of the International Resource Panel.
And Isabel there. Okay. They told me. Okay. Great. Nice to see you again. For this, we are arriving towards the end of these long and very interesting days to a very insightful panel. I think the question of this panel is a very important one because it touches on the reciprocal relation between society and science. So, and I'm delighted to be here with you, really esteemed speakers. And so I would like to ask you a question and to stimulate the debate, which is about how can we be sure that there is enough science literacy in society that allows to understand what the scientific community produces, and this understanding allows also for the scientific community to produce an impact on society. So for you, how can we make sure that there is this greater science literacy in society? Luis.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon again for those who have been in the last session. Can you hear me?
I don't know if you... I don't think it works, the mic. I think it's not
Technical
on.
problems?
I mean...
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can
You're
hear
back.
me.
Yes, now you can.
So, you know, of course, this is a...
No. Yes.
Yes?
Now, yes.
Yes, it's okay.
Yes.
So, so you know, I would say that this question may have a universal response, but I think it's a regional or country-dependent question. So I will start with Brazil, but I think that what I'm going to say about Brazil is part of it is quite universal, and it's related to what Serge said in his first speech. You know, you should start early. You should start even with the children before they go to basic education, stimulating the curiosity. And in basic education, that's where they are going to be formed. Okay? And they're going to be formed in several aspects. People have mentioned here this gender discrimination and so forth. You know, that starts in basic education. That is starting in basic education now. Now, of course, in Brazil, we have a very specific problem, which is common to other regions in Latin America. And namely, you know, I used to say that we are wasting millions of brains, of minds in Brazil and in Latin America. Children who did not have the chance to come from families with more money power, more resources, and the basic education for these children is different from the basic education that people that come from wealthier family get. Okay? So, you know, I think that the idea that everybody, every child, will have the same opportunities when this child is born,
That's not varied in countries like Brazil and in other countries in Latin America and in many countries in the world. Okay? So this difference, just in the opposite way, it accentuates this difference. So if you are thinking about science literacy, that's where we should start. That's where we should start, okay? With very good basic education, very good teachers, motivated teachers, and of course, teachers admired by society as a whole. So I think that's the best way to start it.
Thanks a lot, Luis, and this really speaks to me because it's the core of SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal 4, on in education equality, education for all, that all means all, but it does not. So, Sergio, please.
Yes, I think that what Luis said is valid also in Europe. The fact that you have people who don't get the kind of education that people coming from educated family get. It's not only a question of wealth, it's a question of education and education transmitting from one generation to the next. So these are the roles of parents, and I think the society should try to compensate for the lack of education, the lack of taking care of the children, which makes this difference. I think ideally what we should aim at is a kind of symbiosis between society and science. Science should be recognized by society as something valuable, and for that you need to educate the general population, and conversely, science should give to society rewards corresponding to discoveries and inventions which will be necessary to solve the problems that that mankind is facing. I think also that science is not only important because it is useful, it's also important because it's a marker of civilization, and if you want to attract young people into science, the best way is to give them, to open them to important questions about the universe, about life, questions that they naturally ask when they are young. And if you can attract them to science by explaining them that science will give answers to this question, will satisfy their curiosities, and you will bring them into science, and maybe later they will be interested in more applied topics. But a way to attract young people into science is to express this value of science not as something useful, but as something essential to satisfy an innate curiosity that you have in mankind.
Thank you, Serge. Isabella.
Okay, let's see. Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon. I try to bring different perspectives. I absolutely agree with my friends here. But look, when you go into the society, based on my experience here and internationally, okay, I think that we need to understand how science will come in this century, because we have a huge challenge for humankind, considering not only climate change, but also the emergence of bio-age, and also how digital and technological age is coming. It's a new contest, absolutely new contest, okay? And so the scientific knowledge is not only to provide solutions, but how this will mobilize people or not in the right directions. If you go to the new artificial intelligence tools, for example, it is absolutely, we have trade-offs today, good answers, bad answers. So the first point, politically, considering my experience, we need a new pact, or new deals between society and science. It's not only scientific institutions, not only scientists. It's also the use of scientific information to provide solutions for people that need. And how we can have these deals is a new political tissue that is emerging. Consider climate change, for example. We have been the last 40 years have been discussing climate change. Finally, have everyone looking forward to understand what is happening in climate change. But it's happening, okay? It will not happen, it's happening. So we need to manage short-term perspective and long-term perspective to make sure that we can connect people and the diversity of asymmetries and situations around the world. So it's not only data, metrics, scientific institutions, knowledge, but how you mobilize scientific knowledge to bring people together, considering our realities, consider our political systems, consider our inequalities, and also our relationship with time. So I think that it's very interesting that we can use the diversity of tools that we have today in the world, connecting science as really a solution providers with limits, and also make clear that you have trade-offs. If you go this, you probably can have this political tissue, and that means trust. How societies will trust in science and go against the negationism, go against the polarized situation that we have today, that split us and make sure that we need new nature enlightenment, if I can use the expression, if we want to move the direction, in the right direction, consider this century. So let's have deals, okay, and probably convince people to come together.
That allows me to jump on another issue, because you talk about trust, you talk about communication or information. So how can the scientific community help to build a better trust in the society about scientific research, especially in an era where there is a lot of misinformation?
Yeah, well, it's, first of all, we should perceive that the question is not just us communicating with them, but we should listen to them. We should listen to society, and that's very important. And if we listen to them, we find ways of better communicating with them. Also, that's one point. The second point is that we should be very careful in distinguishing science from knowledge. They're different things. Knowledge is broader than science. Science implies the scientific method.
Yes.
However, knowledge is not exclusive of scientists. And if you go to Brazil, if you come to Brazil, well, we have seen some of the richness, the wealth of culture in Brazil here, just small samples. And in fact, you have lots of different diverse cultures in Brazil, and we should listen to them. And in fact, if we consider that what they are doing is also knowledge, we could learn from them. And, for instance, something that our past minister knows very well, if you go to the Amazon region, that's a big challenge for Brazil. Sometimes I talk about the moonshot in the United States, when Kennedy said we are going to put a man in the moon within the next decade, but not because that's going to be easy, but because it's going to be difficult. And what he meant is that in order to do that, he had to change many things. He had to change the industrial profile, he had to change the education. So the question is, what is our moon? What are our moons? And I'm quite sure that the Amazon and the biomes are a very good candidate for our moon, but we should focus on that. So and I should say that the indigenous people in the Amazon, they have information on the medical plants, for instance. It's knowledge, it's not science, it's knowledge, but the cooperation with them is really important, because they can show what are the best, what are the medical plants there. And there are amazing examples. If you give me just 1 minute, I'll show you one example.
Yes, of course.
Okay, there is a plant in the Amazon from which a substance called bergenine is extracted. Bergenine is an anti-inflammatory, antioxidant substance. Bergenine, purified to 95%, is sold in Brazil by the Merck Labs from Switzerland by a price per milligram, which is 5,000 more expensive than a milligram of gold. You see, that's our gold. That's our gold. And that's related to the first question, because how we should teach children about that. The same way children were taught about the moon, we should teach them about biodiversity and make them play with that, because that's part of the wealth of the country. So that's what I consider to be important now.
Thank you. Serge, you want to?
I agree with what you said, but I think the misconceptions and this idea that science is against us is something which does not come from this kind of experience. It comes in our society, which is supposed to be more educated, and it is very difficult to fight against that. I think it's a feeling of isolation. People, there is one reason people are afraid about science. Science is universal. Science gives a kind of global truth which is valid for everyone. And naturally, people like to be inside their own community and share values which make them different from others. So it's exactly the opposite of the science universality. And in order to fight against that, it's very difficult, because it's a question of religion, ideologies, that you have to fight in a society which is full of inequalities. The people who usually who are against science are people who are afraid of the globalization of the world, are afraid of the direction in which the world is going, and they feel that they are left on the side of the evolution, or the side of the progress. And this is this feeling that has to be fought against. And for that, again, we come back to education. We come back to making citizens who are resistant to demagogues and to the people who try to convey these ideas. And I think it's very difficult. We see some progress. We were talking about this anti-vaccine which developed during the COVID crisis. And apparently now it has subsided, and we don't hear about it anymore. We heard about people who were denying climate change, and now they don't, at least they speak much less loudly than they used to. So in the end, I think that the science prevails, but it's a lot of fighting, and it's a lot of waste of energy to fight against this trend.
So, thanks. So I will change a little bit the question for you. Because
I'll change the answer also.
No, because you introduced this question talking about trust and communication. So how we can make sure that this scientific research is effectively translated in useful and effective policies?
Okay, look, I'll try to be brief. First of all, we need to understand when you go into scientific knowledge, when traditional knowledge, okay? When you try to bring this together, this is happening today in Brazil, for example. This means that we're looking to address inclusiveness, a political inclusiveness. This means that we're looking for not only to address knowledge, scientific and non-scientific, but to address people. And people used to look for the solutions. So the first thing, how we can provide solutions and make sure that we can have a narrative, a scientific narrative that explains things, and people could engage and be co-responsible to provide solutions, to act in the right direction. Because we can provide solutions not necessarily for a full cycle, but we can start the game, we start the new game in the new direction, explain step by step what are the shared challenges that together society and also scientists or science have. At the same time, we go into public policies, or go to this process that you capture from the scientific knowledge and also the political will, when you live in a democracy, for example, okay, also the traditional knowledge, and you bring this and try to figure out how to frame things, consider vision and strategy, tools, and how to finance things. What it means, this is public policies. Okay, and go to the National Congress, because the democracy to have a pact, a deal, that is the direction that you like to go. What is important is not only the kickoff, as scientists coming as a kickoff, really good player, but how we can monitor step by step that we are doing the things in the right direction. It's not only the public policy, how we implement things, how science is a partner to make sure that we are doing things the right direction, and how we can use scientific knowledge and also scientific institutions with transparency to avoid setbacks in the future. So if I'm a country that's one of the most important food producers in the world, and we eradicated hunger in the past, why hunger is back in Brazil? It's not only an income problem, okay? Of course, there is a lack of confidence and trust into the society that allow things to happen, and science that comes to connect with, for example, health, and how we can have money to health system, public health system, people must connect this. If not, even when you have the vaccines around the world, you have really a shot to give the right answer, but you are not able to provide vaccines with symmetry for all the societies around the world. So we are perverse the day after. And people always will remember this. So you need to go step by step, and you need, in my opinion, you need to trust and transparency, and scientific knowledge is key if it's addressed to deal with concrete reality. If not, it's global numbers, and Dona Maria, Seu Antônio, never will be worried about this.
Okay, thank you. So just in
And trust you, okay, breathe, calm, 1, 2, 3, she's so anxious.
In relation to what Isabella just said, so what about the fact that how to make sure that funding for scientific research goes to something that is useful to get a better society and not to specific projects that, are there for profit?
Yeah, okay, so first comment is related to the book Serge showed in his talk, The Usefulness of Useless
Knowledge.
Okay. So that should be considered also by governments as well, okay? And sometimes it's very difficult to convince governments that useful things come out from useless knowledge. And the history of science, the history of humanity show that. Okay? Show that. I wonder, we know that I'm a physicist, Serge too, and the young guys, watch out, young guys here, the young guys, less than 30 years old, who in the beginning of the 20th century started to look at the microscopic world and found out a new physics, a new world, quantum physics, they were not thinking about applications of that. And yet, 100 years afterwards, there was an article in Scientific American showing that 1/3 of the gross national product of the United States came from quantum physics. Okay? But, that science goes like that. And it's very difficult to convince the governments that that's true. And some governments know it, others don't. And in fact, those that understand that usually are those that can advance even practical things much better, because they are able to do these jumps to new technologies, jumps to new ideas, which if you just think about useful things, you are sort of using this old technology and these old ideas. So we need new ideas in this world of ours, new ideas. And they are very much interconnected with basic science. Actually, nowadays, sometimes it's very difficult to say what is basic and what is applied, because the time between some basic discovery and some applied technology gets shorter and shorter. So, so we have to go to the parliament. We have to convince them that science is important, and we have to go, there is a barrier there. Of course, they are elected by their region, they want to benefit their regions, and that's a big fight. It's a big fight. We must talk with them, and we have tried to do that for many years. It's a fight which I think is not only in Brazil, but all over the world. It's very difficult to convince them. And again, we have to give them examples. Examples of the history of science and what's going on in the world.
But the problem is that even if they understand and they claim that they understand it, they don't practice it. There is a tendency from policymakers, the politicians, to try to direct science from the top down, to organize big programs, to say, okay, for example, now the big program are quantum technologies everywhere in the world. But quantum technology will not come from the top down. It comes from the bottom up, from scientists who have a passion for the field and who discover things which later on may or may not have application. With Luis, we have been working on this field since the 1980s. At that time, we did not know what quantum information was about. We did not care. We just had the idea that the challenge of trying to find out whether some things were possible, whether we would be able to trap particles of light inside a box and see what would happen. And then in the 1990s, we learned that this was useful for quantum information. So we had to learn what quantum information is about. And that's the way science works. And we have to understand that it takes a long time. And as Luis said, the politicians, there is a gap, a contradiction between the short term of politics and the long term of science. Politicians are re-elected after 4 years or 5 years, and to mature a scientific project might take decades. And this gap is dangerous. I think that there are some solutions to that, but it's very difficult to implement them. Countries have understood that there are some domains in which you need long-term. For example, in Europe, we have a central bank which has the duty to preserve, to fight against inflation, whatever the government is. And all governments have to obey to the rule of the central bank. I would dream about a central body for science, telling to politicians who are against science that no, you cannot do that. There is a long-term project of mankind in science, and this happens. There are some countries which have a kind of organization which is above the government. Unfortunately, it is not the case in Brazil, I think, and it is not the case in France, I think. And I think this is a problem. This would be a solution to try to bridge the gap between short-term and long-term.
And if I may add just a small comment, of course, there is one way to do it, which is also very difficult. Of course, we are in the parliament, but we should go to society, actually. We should do whatever is possible to convince society that will vote for the
right people.
But that's tough.
So
that's very, very tough.
The time has flown, and I'm very sorry that I have to stop this panel. But before then, I would like one word, and I will start with
one
Isabel.
sentence, not one word. I have a really red number there, but look, science is a political player. Not only politicians are political players. Wake up. If you live in a democracy, you are a political player, so you have responsibility to change things. If not, go to the beach, relax, drink caipirinha, and forget the world.
Okay, good, fine. And one word for you, what really thinks it's needed from society to serve science. One word.
Well,
low carbon caipirinha,
we should
okay,
go
guys?
to society. We should go to society. We should tell them why science is important for our country, for the world, and for Brazil in special. There are many challenges in Brazil which need science, and one of them has already mentioned our biomes, which are being destroyed, and to counter that, we need science to show that it's more profitable things that can be done.
Our existence is scientific, okay? So.
Yes.
Okay, I would have loved to continue this conversation, but I am obliged to stop. Please. I have one question for you. Do you think that the scientific community and scientific research is aligned with the challenges of our society? Yes or no?
Nothing.
Oh, this is a...
I didn't see.
This is a no clear answer. Thanks a lot to my panelists.
Okay.
Thanks, you were wonderful and very nice. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Isabella, thank you. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you. Yes, Serge, please take a seat again. And if I could invite our other two laureates, May-Britt and David, on stage too, we are now going to just have a very short closing conversation featuring our three laureates, which we like to do. So, please, May-Britt, if you'd like to sit at the end. Thank you very much. So we always like to do this right at the end of the day, and I know we've worked the three of them very hard, and I wish Isabella hadn't mentioned drinking caipirinhas, because that's exactly what these three probably want to do now, rather than do another panel. But it's very short. We call it Exploring Creativity, and I suppose if we think of the moonshots that Luis just mentioned, what everybody wonders is how we can be creative and new in the way we think about these things. And like it or not, you three are associated with creativity. The discoveries you've made are groundbreaking, and people look to you for thoughts about how they should be creative. So I know it's a difficult question, but may I ask each of you just to give a very short reflection on what it takes to be reflective, but thinking particularly of the younger members of the audience who are thinking how to be that. Go on, David, why don't you start?
You make me do it first again. I'll give a different answer from last night. I think in science, the one thing I would tell a young person is not necessarily to be creative about solutions, but be creative about questions. And what I mean by that is often people are faced with grand challenges we're told about. And this is where other people define the problem for you. If you actually look back over the history of science, so many advancements are made by people who did not attempt to work on grand challenges. They decided to work on things that they were excited about, that they thought would be valuable to the Earth, even though no one else was thinking about doing it. So to me, I would always encourage people, if you can, try and imagine how the world can be different in a way that you would think would be very valuable. And then once you have the question, you can spend 10 years, you can spend 20 years trying to come up with a solution, but at least the question you've solved is the hard part.
And finding that right question is the great goal. How do you recognize the question when it arises?
For me, I mean, the way I look at it is that I sit and this will sound the most terrible answer, but I literally sit and every 10 years or something will happen where I think to myself, that is a really, really, really cool question. And it's the word cool, and I don't know how to explain what that cool means, but I just know in my heart of hearts, it's a cool question, and I believe if we can solve it, that actually will have an impact. That's what I really believe.
That's a good answer. It's a good answer in a cool country like Brazil, isn't it? Serge, do you want to tackle that?
I think creativity is a word concept which is difficult to define, but which you recognize immediately, just intuitively when you find it. It's quite clear that I have colleagues and students who came and start working with me, and immediately I recognize whether they have a creative mind or not. And creativity is very different in the arts and in science. In the arts, creativity is really basic. If you paint something, or if you write something, or if you make a music work, then it's quite clear that if you were not here, nobody else would have done it. In science, it's not the case. So I like to think of scientists more like explorers and discoverers and not inventors. But still, the definition is vague because you have to invent things and you have to invent tools to make discoveries. And great scientists have this creativity to find a way to understand connection between things which looks very disparate, very different. And this link, this connection they make is the scientific creativity. A very good example of that. Einstein was a fantastic example because he, just by the thought experiments that he imagined, he was able to put together, to bring together concepts which before were considered to have nothing to do with each other, and this was creativity. Maxwell, too, when he unified electricity, magnetism, optics, connected a knowledge which was there much before him, but he found the way to make the connection, and this was creativity. So
I'm very interested that you said that you can spot immediately when a student comes in whether they're creative.
Intuitively, you can see this guy has the potential to be creative, and this is because you need imagination, intuition, curiosity, and all this is necessary for creativity. Not sufficient, but necessary for creativity to occur.
Thank you. May-Britt, may I ask you?
About creativity. So, we disagree, Serge.
Okay. That's good.
I think everyone can be creative in different fields, but you have to know something and you have to use it in a different way. And in science, as I told you before, if you don't know it yourself, find the person who is an expert on that field that you need to know, and then when people who know a lot talk together, and as we heard from the other panel, when the communication is good, suddenly with all this fantastic knowledge, like we discussed yesterday with jazz music, tell me a musician who is not good, who can make good music. You need to train, you have to be good, and in jazz you are creative when you can use what you know and play with others. And I can give you an example, not from my own research. I could do that too, but I don't want to be that selfish. I was, as I said, I met the Prime Minister, and at that meeting there was a person discussing a new project, a grand project where you have to collaborate, and it was about the plague. Do you say plague in English? Yes. And then it was this question, why did the plague arise? Where did it come from? And why was it so? If we believe that the plague came from the rats, and the rats brought all these small lice and insects to humans so that they became sick, why, when it was dry, that was when the plague was increasing? And then this person, he was collaborating, he is a biologist himself, he was collaborating with people who understand the soil, collaborating with historians, and with climate people to understand what type of climate was it then. And then maybe it is so that when it's very dry, then the rats are dying, and then the lice would need new hosts. And then you spread the disease. So it was just, I was just sitting, wow, this is so fun. And that is the reward that we scientists can experience, that we start to think in new ways, we are creative, we understand things that we didn't understand before, and then we have the passion, we follow the passion, we get a bit crazy, because with science you almost get so eager that you are insane.
Beautiful. Thank you. One of the things I like so much about putting Nobel laureates together is you get to see that they're very different personalities, and I think that's very important. We have like a minute left. Any comments to each other? Do you disagree? I like the fact you disagree. Any more disagreements?
I wouldn't say we disagree. My view on hearing that is we all have very different opinions, but that doesn't mean to say that we're saying it is right or wrong. It's just our experiences of how we see the world, and which makes it wonderful. And I don't know about the other two in the panel. I've had the same experience. That the thing I love about Nobel Prize winners is they're so different from each other, which was not what I expected. I've only been a Nobel Prize winner for 2 years, so I expected, I'm joining this club, it's going to be incredible. But you meet, it is incredible, but it's this diversity of people that you meet and the way they think differently that is so fantastic.
Exactly.
So I think it illustrates what I said, that creativity is very hard to define.
Good, let's stop there.
And there's another comment we have to give, and that is, one thing is to be creative and you do things and you get answers to your questions, but you have to see it and act on it when it's given to you.
Yeah, sure. And that is a good point to stop.
21 seconds.
Sorry?
18 seconds left.
Well, as I set myself up to be on time, so I better be on time. Thank you to all of you for being on time throughout the day. In a moment, Helena Nader is going to come back on stage and say just some closing remarks. But from us and from all the panelists, I'd just like to say thank you very much indeed to you all for being here. It's a long day, and your powers of concentration have been amazing. So thank you very much indeed. From all of us, thank you. Thank you.
Don't worry, it's going to be just 1 or 2 minutes. Initially, I want to thank the three of you and Adam again. Thank you so much. And the final discussion, I was just thinking, life would be really monotonous if we all think the same. Don't you agree with me? We need to think differently in order to move forward. I want to thank each one of you, the ones that came from all different Latin American and the Caribbean countries, the Brazilian ones, this young generation, as the middle generation, the old generation also, because we are all happy to be here. And I want to do a special thank to the people that are doing the translation in what we call in Brazil, Libra, language of the signs. In Portuguese is Libras because it's the Brazilian way of saying. I want to thank them for that. And I just want to thank also the people from Chorinho as well as from Capoeira. And I need to mention something that I'm really, really happy about, that this event was putting people together. And also, we had the lunch that was served for the students and the people that were not in the church with us downstairs in the church, was provided, was made by a community from Rio de Janeiro, a community that I love the most. It's called Comunidade da Maré. So, applause for Maré. And thank you for being here. Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shall we?
Thank you.
We're gonna